excuse me, when I look at the meeting, when I look at the meeting chat, it looks like Councillor St. Pierre is in the meeting, but it's not. Okay. Okay, well, in the essence of time, I feel that I'll call the meeting to order. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, you may proceed.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is Mayor Tate here. My apologies and regret for not being with you in person and just a bit under the weather. So what will happen tonight is in the absence of the deputy mayor, we'll appoint another member of council to consider chairing the meeting. So since Councillor Beddows was the deputy mayor in the 2 months prior, I'm just wondering if he could please chair the meeting, and as we don't have the acting mayor rotation schedule. So I'll leave it at that and have council resume making the motion for chair.
We have a there. That's better. So we have a motion by Councillor Lajeunesse and seconded by Councillor Bateman that Councillor Beddows runs the meeting in the absence of the mayor. Or saying aye on those that are remote. I have two present with their hands up. Mayor Tate.
Aye.
Councillor Beddows, I can barely hear you. This is Councillor Logans, but I am in favor of that.
Thank you, Councillor Logans. Okay, here we go. First of all is just want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Sauk Nation, and we're holding our meeting, and thank you to them. The other thing is Ministerial Order M192, that Council is holding this meeting without members of the public in attendance and under Ministerial Order 192, as Council chambers cannot safely accommodate the unknown number of public participants wishing to attend. That Council is committed to ensuring openness, transparency, accessibility, and accountability to the submissions of written comments and the provisions of live and recorded broadcasts of the meeting. Do I need a motion for that? I'll need a motion for that, please. Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Councillor Logans?
Aye.
Thank you. Just let me turn that on. That the agenda for November 9th, 2020, regular council meeting of council be adopted as amended. And that's the two pieces of correspondence and the public comment section that was given to us on our desk. Can I have a motion to accept the amended agenda? That's Councillor Lajeunesse. Councillor Bateman, second. Yeah, you guys just straight off. So any discussions to any amendments or to the amendments or any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify aye or raise their hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we come to public and statutory hearings. Public input the following items. Development permit with variance PLN 01474 2170 Charters Road. And that'll be the staff presentation first. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just begin sharing my screen here. All right, thank you. Good evening. The District of Souk has received a development permit application for a proposed new 75 multi-family unit affordable housing development by BC Housing, which is also in partnership with Macola Housing Society, for a property located at 2170 Charters Road. The application also includes a variance request to reduce the required parking stall ratio from 1.5 parking stalls per dwelling unit to 1 parking stall per dwelling unit. This has the effect of reducing the parking requirement to 80 stalls from the required 113. The subject property is currently zoned RM2, which is the medium density residential zone. It's undeveloped and adjacent to Charters Road to the west and a ravine and through stream located to the south. Current official community plan includes specific policies relating to housing, which include requiring a minimum of 10% of all new multifamily and condominium units to be affordable housing. 2, supportive incentives for affordable housing throughout the community. And lastly, support the creation of rental housing in a variety of forms. The proposed development exceeds the OCP policies for housing as it supports the creation of rental housing in a variety of forms in the community, providing a mix of different unit sizes. This is just showing a site plan. You can see Charters Road just to the bottom of your screen here with the altered orientation for the site. Proposed development was reviewed against the official community plan development permit area number 2 for community growth areas and comprehensive development zones, and number 3 development permit area, which is the multifamily residential design guidelines for environmental protection and form and character. The development has been designed by a registered architect who's considered the style, detailing, scale, materials, and character in their design proposal. Designs also including a common play area, community garden, an interior amenity room, trail access from Charters Road to the residential building, and a rainwater management plan. As part of the submitted landscape plan, which is attached to the report, split rail fencing will be built to protect the streamside protection and enhancement area in all of Through Creek development. Here's a picture just showing a rendering for the site, the building on there. Staff requested the applicant provide rationale for the proposed flat roof design, utilizing of green building materials and the incorporation of West Coast design principles. The developer identified that the proposed flat roof form is integral to the design and overall approach to creating an open and inviting site for residents and neighbors. The proposed new residential development is to be constructed of prefabricated, pre-finished modular units using highly durable materials such as fiber cement panel, concrete, tempered glass, and pre-finished aluminum frames are low maintenance and contributes to long-term sustainable goals. Specific details such as the timber-framed entry canopies at the scooter room entry and main entry are contemporary expressions of West Coast design. As mentioned with the parking variance request, facilitation of the proposed development includes a variance request to decrease the parking space ratio from the 1.5 parking stall requirement per unit to 1 parking stall. The proposed off-street parking for this development is 80 parking stalls, comprising of 75 general parking stalls, plus 3 designated accessible parking stalls, and lastly, 2 visitor stalls. If the variance request is denied, the developer will be required to provide the necessary 113 parking stalls, 5 accessible parking stalls, and 2 visitor stalls. The parking study that was prepared by Watt Consulting Group reviewed the zoning bylaw and reported how the bylaw does not take into consideration special parking requirements for affordable housing. Therefore, the site is subject to the same parking requirements as other medium density residential constructions, which is the 1.5 stalls as mentioned. The expected parking demand was estimated for each tenure, resulting in projected demand for 70 stalls. The average demand of 23 parking stalls for the affordable rental units and the average demand of 41 spaces for the near market rental uses was identified. BC Housing is proposing to provide the 80 parking stalls in total, with the 75 general stalls, 3 designated accessible, and 2 visitor stalls. The Transportation Impact Assessment report findings, also prepared by WAP Consulting Group, make 2 specific recommendations. The signalizing of the Souk Road and Charters Road intersections, which is currently in design, and the developer to provide the 2-meter wide sidewalk on Charters Road site frontage. Issuance of the development permit will result in a new 75 multifamily unit affordable housing developments. Approval of the variance request would allow for the 80 stalls. Staff support the findings of the parking study, and that affordable housing sites require less parking than conventional multifamily units. Site is located within walking distance to Poirier, Souk Elementary, Journey Middle School, and many recreational facilities. It's also less than 400 meters from an existing transit stop, Souk Road. The reduction of the required parking spaces will provide for more green space for residents, conceal parking from pedestrian traffic along Charters Road, and require less concrete, which will emit less CO2 emissions. Staff support the development rationale provided by the developer for the form and character, environmental protection, proposed roof design, utilization of green building materials, following of West Coast design principles into the proposed residential building design. Planning support the issuance of the development permit and recommend approval of the variance as requested as well. That concludes my presentation, and the applicants are in attendance tonight.
Thank you very much for that presentation. A little clear. Do I get correspondence now? Okay, we have 2 pieces of correspondence to deal with this. Councillor Bateman, could you give me, have you got a timer there that you can give me 2 minutes? Yeah. If you would, please. And this is from Kathy Van Elstein. We are submitting our objections to the application to downsize the amount of parking from originally submitted plan at 2170 Charters Road, 70 units. We believe that the correct amount of units to be built in what appears to be a 4-story building. We have just this past Thursday learned from a neighborhood of the application. We are searching and cannot find easily information about the building in the Souk District website, have never received a notice of variance application. We live on Charters Road close to the project, and our neighbors who did not receive a notice as well wonder why. The building were first built a block of land that was densely zoned for eventual development once other than large lot sell. Allowing the parking to be downsized with the first building being built sets a precedent for fewer required parking allotments needed for future development submissions on the adjoining sites. The 217 Charters Road development land sits along a ravine edge access off Charters Road just past the steep narrow gully, and the road passes through. By downsizing parking on site, it creates a very real potential for overflow on-street parking that is already heavily used in congested area of the community baseball field, which sits directly across from 2170 Charters, the popular skateboard park, and the Sea Park golf course, all of which are very close to the access by vehicles that are already parked on the street. The narrow road passing through the steep ravine just before the access to 2170 Charters would create an unsafe situation for vehicles both on the road and turning in and out of the development. The ravine creates a natural blind spot when driving out, of which won't be corrected until Charters Road has a raised culvert road bed through the spot. We have lived on Charters Road for many years and are very aware of the ever-increasing traffic on this street. Thank you. That's 2 minutes are up, and that's as far as I can get in the letter, but I want to thank them for sending that in. It's so valuable information. Thank you very much. The second one is from Dean Haldane, president of, oops, that didn't work out very well. Dean Haldane, the president of Suit Community Association. Attention Mayor and Council, 2170 Charters Road Development Permit PLN 01474. The Suit Community Association does not support the proposed parking variance request for the proposed development at 2170 Charters Road. Our concerns are related to the lack of parking that already exists at the Art Morris Ballpark, the Manual Creek Golf Course, the Skateboard Park, Charters Road, and especially busy during school hours, particularly at drop-off and pickup times. Art Morris ball fields are heavily utilized during the spring and summer months. Another concern is we have that Throop Road is reconfigured, so we will lose significant portion of our existing parking at the ballpark and tennis courts. Respectfully submitted, Dean Haldane, President, Suit Community Association. Did I have a third one on that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Haldane, for that letter. Next is Councillor's comments. I thought I did see it here. Is this okay? District of Suit. This is from Michael and Linda Begley. Hope I pronounced that right. This letter is in regards to proposed variance development permit number PLNO 1474 for 2170 Charters Road. Its proposes to go through 113 parking spaces down to 80 parking spaces. This application does not consider that a large portion of the residents will have 2 vehicles, nor is it realistic to have only 2 designated visitor parking spots for a 75-meter unit complex. Even if we include the 3 designated accessible parking stalls for a total of 5, it is still inadequate for a complex of this magnitude. If variance is implemented, residents will be finding alternate parking for second vehicles and also overflow guests. That means parking on Charters Road or infringement of Art Morris parking in front of Charters Road. If the parking enforcement was implemented and enforced in 3 of these locations, the likely outcome would be the shifting of parking onto Throop Road and College Avenue. With all of them having their own set of problems, like no sidewalks, deep ditches, road allowance with school bus corridor, sub-arterial road, Charters Throop Roads corridor, just to mention a few. Since we are a fast-growing bedroom community, we realistically one commuter route, which is putting more and more stress on Suit's arterial and subarterial road system. Charters Road, Throop Road, College Avenue do not have the infrastructure in place to accommodate this variance. It has the potential to increase parking load in adjacent routes, thereby making it extremely difficult to maintain a safe thoroughfare for pedestrians and vehicular traffic. We strongly recommend that the vision and forethought that went into crafting zoning bylaw number 600-213 should be upheld in its entirety in this instance. And that's from Michael and Linda Begley. Thank you for that letter. Next, I guess, is Councillor's comments. Councillor Bateman.
Okay, I'll start us off. First by noting that this is a fantastic project for Souk. We've been waiting something like this for a long time, so thanks to BC Housing, Capital Region Housing Corp, et cetera, for bringing this forward. As is clear here, the one main issue is parking. So I have a couple of questions through you to staff. I see we have 80 is currently being asked for, and then the only other option is 113. Is that right? That there's no happy medium between those two extremes?
Staff.
The request for the 80 is based on the parking study's findings. So that's what's being proposed. Certainly between 80 and 113, there's multiple variables there that would be taken into consideration, and I would probably seek further comment from the applicant about how much more could be accommodated. But 80 is strictly based on the findings of the parking study provided in support of the application.
Okay, I think I understood you there, Mr. Paolo. Your audio is particularly poor tonight. So you will go back to the applicant and discuss, share that we have some issues over parking and that we need to see more spaces. I am aware that this is an affordable housing project, and hence parking requirements are different. So when Mr. Begley and Mrs. Begley note two vehicles per unit, which perhaps is a norm in a market-valued housing unit, I understand typically these are less, though I have the same concerns. There is a modest amount of parking space on the shoulders on charters. I'm wondering in a residential tenancy agreement whether this this project could have a 1 car per unit limit. Is such a thing through you to staff possible?
Staff, if you could answer that, please.
The agreements that the property would have with the residents within those units would be outside what we would be able to enforce through a development permit process. So that would be strictly between what the property manager would be establishing with their units.
So that could be something else you bring back to BC Housing as a discussion point.
Correct.
Okay. The other piece that I was very concerned about was the 2 visitor parking spaces. I can imagine the visitor parking in particular would be utilizing Charters Road. And I note that in other projects, there's an example out of Coquitlam whereby its visitor parking is 0.2 spaces per unit. So in their 87, or in this scenario, we would be looking at least 10 visitor parking spaces. So that too is a matter to be raised with BC Housing, I would suggest. And my final point is, no, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Mayor Tate, do you have any comments?
I just have one question, like a question for staff. The challenge that I'm going to have, though, is whenever anyone speaks on Teams, there's significant feedback, so it may be hard to hear the staff response. So if I could request the chair, if you could please just summarize what the staff said, that would help, just so I know that I caught the message. But the question is, so the traffic improvements will call for an intersection upgrade at Charters and Souk Road, as well as 2-meter sidewalk. So I'm wondering, what about the road itself? And it would make sense to attach a new sidewalk to an upgraded road rather than the existing one. So we'd just like to know what is happening with Charters Road and what, if we could just get a refresh on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tate. Staff, if you could answer that, then I'll relay it.
Certainly. I was having a bit of feedback on my end as well, but I believe, if I heard correctly, was that the upgrade to Charters Road itself. I understand in the next year that a design will be coming forward for that, and then ultimately on the design review for that construction at a future date as the capital projects for the operations department. I'm not sure if the director of operations has anything further to add on that on specifics for Charters, but that was my understanding for 2021 for a design to be undertaken for the full Charters piece.
Mayor Tate, did you hear that adequately, or should I repeat roughly what was said?
So if I hear this correctly, the road is undergoing a design in 2021, and that's great. I'm just wondering, is that also in the capital budget?
Yes, correct, through your worship. We have the Charters Road design going forward for council consideration in 2021. And we've slated into the 5-year financial plan for construction of the charters corridor for the portions that make sense at this time for 2022 in the 5-year financial plan.
Mayor Tate, did you hear that it's in 2022 financial plan? Mayor Tate. Councillor Logans, are you there, please? Until we get one of those two back, we do not have quorum.
Okay, we can hear now. The sound just came back in again.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tate. Did you hear my response that it's in the financial plan for 2022?
I didn't hear you, but I did hear staff. So that's where I think there's a serious feedback problem with Teams. But anyway, once we know that, it is going to be the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Logans, give you an opportunity to speak because I can't see if you're raising your hand or not.
Sorry to the chair. Could I just get everyone that's on Teams to mute their microphones, just to ensure that we're not getting feedback from that situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the feedback might be coming from you, though. I was hoping that we could have Mr. Albers speak in regards to the parking and the reasoning behind it, as he is, I believe, in attendance to discuss this topic. I'm hoping to get some info on what the impact of 1 space versus 1.5 spaces is to the affordable housing component.
I would think that's possibly. Do we have him online right now?
Yes, I'm available. This is Alex McCumber, project architect. I'm just going to say the feedback's coming from Patty, so the council chamber needs to be muted when other people are talking.
So do you understand the question? Councillor Logans was asking about what are the impacts to your overall project, the one parking stall versus the 1.5. What does it do for your project, or not do for your project if you don't get this variance?
Well, there'd be a number of impacts. We tried to site a lot of the parking away from the major road, so it's not visible from the street. So what would happen there is we might have to look at possibly removing some additional trees. It would be an increased impermeable surface, which we'd have to mitigate with some drainage as well. I mean, it'd be a quite a bit of addition. But I just wanted to point out a couple of things. I know the comments have been around the lack of parking perceived to be for this program, but I think it was stated a number of times that this is a rental and an affordable rental housing proposal. And for that, generally, we're looking at a 0.6 to 1 parking ratio, or 0.65. And we're in about a ratio of a 1 to 1 here. So it's actually quite substantial for a rental parking proposal, or a rental housing proposal. And that the example from Coquitlam that was brought out, I just wanted to note that Coquitlam has one of the largest parking requirements of any of the municipalities in BC right now. So that comparison is actually not really adequate for when you're looking at parking ratios, and to the truth that Coquitlam is looking at reducing the ratios as it is. So when we got the parking study done, it was suggesting that 80 stalls was what was required for this amount of housing, and that's what the client and ourselves decided to go in.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I think that we have to remember as council that we should be prioritizing the environment and affordable housing over parking spaces. So I do support this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logans. Any other councillor wish to comment before I comment? Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, I share the concerns of the people who wrote in, and especially the community association. I mean, the Art Morris ballpark has been there longer than any of us, and they rely on the street parking there for when they're holding ball tournaments, etc. So there's the Art Morris ballpark, the Sea Park golf course, and the skate park, and to me it just doesn't seem like enough parking. But yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions and then a comment. So there is a possibility of going back and saying, if you can't give us 1.5, maybe you can give us 1.3 or something like that. Find some happy medium in between. I guess for me, 1.5 to 1 is a terribly big jump. And we struggled and struggled and struggled in Souk here in the 2 years that I've been on council with parking and off-street parking. And I'm very, very familiar with that part of the world as my grandkids play ball at that park and my involvement with Sea Park, and I'm not happy with the one parking stall for each door in the, well, I guess it's 70, eh? So I'm not in favor of dropping it down to 1 for 1.5, but I would be willing to hear staff if they feel it's at this time to go back and deal with the second part of this another time if they have another proposal other than it's 1 or 1.5, nothing in between. Can I have a staff comment on that, please?
Certainly. We can certainly discuss with the applicant what might be possible. However, based on what we accepted in the parking study and the recommendations put forward there, we felt that at a staff level through the review that the findings were supportable. But based on council's input tonight, we can certainly have the conversation with the applicant and see if a revision is possible and what ratio ultimately can be found based on the remaining undeveloped area and also in the drainage management on the property and loss of additional green space like it's acceptable.
Okay, so this is a procedural thing now. We can pass the first part of this and I can't read that, so oh, Councillor St. Pierre, I understand you have now joined the conversation. Welcome. And do you wish to comment on the proceedings so far?
Unfortunately, I haven't been able to partake of the proceedings so far, so I don't know what's been happening. I'll try and catch up as we go.
Okay, basically we're discussing the parking requirements. The staff and the applicant feel that they can go down to a 1 ratio from a 1.5. And I've read out some letters from the community associations and 2 other residents that are not in favor of reducing the parking. Councillor Lajeunesse is also not struck with going down to the 1. I don't know where Councillor Bateman sits on that. And Councillor Logans was in favor of going down to the 1. So not to put words in your mouth, Councillor Bateman, give you an opportunity.
Yeah, as I was saying, I feel that, as you stated and repeated what I said about a happy medium between 80 and 113, the need for the possibility of a residential tenancy agreement where we would have 1 car per unit. And then the question of visitor parking. Hopefully these will all be raised with BC Housing. Thank you.
Okay, so I think our options here is to, like I said, split this, pass the first, and have council come back with some suggestions on the, well, I guess we can, or we can vote on it, I guess.
Councillor Beddows, this is Councillor Logans.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the applicants has their hand up. I just wondered if we could please address the applicant, if we may hear from them more about the.
Good evening. Good evening.
By all means,
sorry,
I can't see hands come up.
Have to be addressed by the chair. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead. I can't see hands, so I don't mind it getting relayed through Councillor Logan's. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I just want to add to this discussion that this, from the 75 units that we have, like 15 units will be owned by the Provincial Rental Housing Corporation and will be rented at $375, our shelter rates that we call in BC Housing. So like in studies that we have from other similar projects, the ratio that people have cars, it's low. So usually we take this into consideration as well to the parking study. If you do like a quick calculation without considering the 15 shelter units, we have like 60 remaining units and 80 parking stalls. So we would have a rate of 1.3. Of course, we cannot assume that the full 15 units will not have a car, but I'm just sharing with Mayor and Council that from other several examples that we have in different municipalities, it's very common that these individuals that rent these units at $375 do not have cars. They have bicycles or other forms of transportation, but not cars. I just want to put this into consideration for further discussion if we have the chance.
Thank you very much for that. I could just make one comment. Those smaller, cheaper units, they still have visitors, do they not? I mean, they would have friends that come up in a car, and you've only allowed a few for visitors parking. So at this time, I'd like to know Councillors' wishes. Should we split and wait for some information, or vote it through now? Sorry. Councillor St. Pierre, you have the floor.
This is more in lines. Thank you, Chair. This is more in lines with actually getting some confirmation. I know that the OCP and other documents are referred to fairly regularly, but in terms of the vision of the community, are we looking at trying to maintain? And I know that there are some residents that are very concerned about additional traffic and about whether there would be overflow onto the streets. But I am curious what the OCP has to say about parking more specifically, because the staff report seems to indicate that this is actually in lines with the vision of the community. And I'd like staff to maybe comment on this. They may already have done so, but I wasn't able to hear it. So I'd like some comments on that.
Staff, can you comment on Councillor St. Pierre's?
Yes. So specifically when it comes to the parking, we're looking at alternative means to address how required parking can be met, and certainly through the zoning bylaw, that's where the specific regulations are in place to address what the parking requirements are. Recognizing that each development is unique in nature, and based on BC Housing's application that's been put forward, they're addressing the very specific nature of what their application is containing, and that's a mixture of social assistance, affordable rental units, as well as near market. So their process moving forward was a little bit more detailed than what the OCP or the zoning bylaw might specify. And so that's where the technical professional came in terms of Watt Consulting to provide that analysis in support of the parking variance request. Because as it stands right now, there's a very blanket approach to the medium density residential parking requirements that the applicant felt would not be applicable to their specific proposal. And based on that, the applicant and staff were accepting of the findings of that technical report that was submitted with the application. So no, not specifically. We certainly looked at the affordable housing initiatives within the OCP and how that could be accomplished, as well as the design guidelines. in addition to the design rationale that was submitted by the applicant as well, to see how this could all fit in a more global context of what the OCP states, and ultimately relying on the parking variance request and study to determine that missing component to the decrease.
Thank you very much, staff. Councillor St. Pierre, did you get your questions answered?
Somewhat. I have a follow-up question based on that. I'm just curious as to whether or not the letter from Island Health that suggested connectivity in various ways to commercial nodes and so on and so forth. We do have busing nearby. We have schools nearby. In terms of the transportation master plan, how soon do we expect to roll out pedestrian and cycling walkways to allow people to buy things, which is certainly something that came up with the letters from residents in terms of the need for parking?
Staff, can you answer that question?
Yes, through your worship, Councillor St. Pierre, we're bringing forward the charter's corridor design for budget considerations in 2021, and we have slated in the 5-year financial plan for council consideration to go forward with the construction of the charter's corridor that makes sense at this time in alignment with the property we have and the developments that are taking place. Further to that, with the Throop Road corridor and connection to Phillips, we will be bringing that forward for council consideration to go to design in 2021 as well.
Councillor St. Pierre, did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much, Mr. Carter.
Okay, I think at this particular time we're looking for a motion. So as I see it, we can split. We're going to split it anyways. So let's deal with the first one, that council issue development permit So would somebody want to make that motion?
So moved, Mayor Tate.
Okay, Mayor Tate move, Councillor Bateman second, that council issue development permit PLN 01474 for the 2170 Charters Road for the purpose of developing a 75 multifamily unit affordable housing complex. Everybody understand the motion? We have a seconder. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those present raise their hand, and all those on the phone link will signify by aye and their name. So I'll start with the councillors here first. All those in favor? We have the two councillors and myself in favor of that. Mayor Tate?
St. Pierre, aye.
And I heard Councillor St. Pierre and Councillor Logan. Thanks, that's passed unanimously. Now, the second one is that council approve a variance of section 4.8 parking requirements by zoning bylaw 600, bylaw number 600, 213 to reduce the parking stall ratio from 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit to 1 space per dwelling unit. Is somebody wishing to make either that motion or another motion?
So moved.
Second by Mayor Tate.
Okay, I just want to understand that is going from the 1.5 to 1, and that's the motion and that's the seconder?
Yes, and it's Mayor Tate here, and if I may speak to it.
You certainly may.
All right, thank you. I'd like to thank BC Housing for coming forward with this proposal and working with the Capital Regional District, as mentioned earlier by another member of council. The community has been planning for affordable housing for some time. Within Souk, we have the Hope Center and also Knott's Vision. I don't recall exactly, but they're either in the town center or had a parking variance issued. And I'm not aware of parking issues at either one of those properties. The only time perhaps with the Hope Center is when maybe a yoga session as well as the thrift store were operating and open at the same time, but the residents themselves did not add any traffic. These are units that are meant to be affordable. I think that if families were able to afford afford and insure 2 vehicles, that they may not meet the threshold. That's speculation to rent here, but these are for folks that may need a bit more space, maybe expecting another child, need another room, growing from 1-bedroom basement suite within Souk to a bit more space, and it's rentals. So there's a way to control the parking is what I'm also wanting to add as a second point. If there's issues that spill out, there's rental agreements and matters that need to be done. Parking is usually allocated and issued, whereas our parking issues within Souk often come up in area where suites have added to the density. There's no parking on property it's not on properties, and it's not as controlled in that way. And there's also the addition of recreational vehicles, and that's all great, but in this way, these additions would not be present to cause parking issues. I also think it's really time to get on with the improvements to charters, and at the same time, the transportation master plan does call for the corridor from Throop to Church Road to also be built out. So there'll be other ways to move traffic. And yes, these plans have been talked about for a long time, but now there's actual funding programs available. Our transportation master plan was just updated, and we can really get on with this and be shovel ready for those infrastructure grants. And a lot of it has been announced already through the COVID program, not the operating funds, but other funding streams and the like. So that my point is there's ways to move traffic. And in this, while the community associated lands will be impacted, it's timely to have the conversation there on how we can plan and ensure that their needs for recreation are met at the same time, and that we develop all this in a way that also takes other community amenities and features into respectful consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor St. Pierre, you have one more go, and Councillor Logan. So I'll do Councillor St. Pierre first. Anything further to add?
Councillor Logans, I would like to speak, if I may.
Yeah, I asked for Councillor St. Pierre. He has not replied, so I'll go to you, Councillor Logans. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you. I wore this shirt today for one of many items on the agenda, hashtag this is a crisis. I don't know if anyone on council can see, but I thought it would be funny. Again, to reiterate, affordable housing is a huge issue in our community, and I know that parking is another big issue, and it's one that I've been fighting for a long time. However, this is a BC housing development. They have immense experience, and they've provided us with more detail than most developments have ever provided us in terms of parking. So the reasoning for this is very strategic and important, and it's not simply a developer coming to us and saying they want to have one less or they want to have less parking just because they do. It's very calculated, and there's good reason. As Mayor Tate stated, we have a lot coming down the pipeline that will assist with the parking concerns. And to put it into perspective, I mean, the rent payment of $375 a month for some of these affordable housing units are half of a car payment for a month. So, I mean, I kind of agree that not everyone in these units are going to have access to vehicles and will rather be using active transportation and transit. So yes, I am definitely in support of this. I think this is a very good development that's going to be a great asset to our community, and I hope that council will support this moving forward now.
Thank you, Councillor Logans. Councillor Bateman, do you have one more go?
Well, I'll take a third go. Thank you. You know, I guess it's the issue of better safe than sorry. And if we can get some guarantee that the residents of this unit, of this complex, will utilize strictly those 75 parking stalls, and that if someone seeks additional stalls, that's not going to be possible, and that'll have to be a break or a breach of a residential tenancy agreement. And I guess the other issue are these visitor parking stalls. And two visitor parking spots are simply not enough. So I'm going to vote against part 2 of this motion, and hope that staff will go back to BC Housing and say, can we find a way to guarantee that there will not be overflow traffic coming out of this wonderful new addition to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Any other councillor comments before I call the question?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Councillor Lajeunesse first, please.
I'm just wondering, I'm happy that that part of the plan here is to try and conceal the parking lot from the road a little bit. And I'm just curious as to whether the 7.5 meter laneway between the parking spaces is necessary. If we were to reduce that and look at redesigning the lot with a narrower sort of driveway between the parking spaces, could we add another 10 spots or something if we did that?
Unfortunately, that's not the question before us at the moment. It's just basically adopting this one. If this one fails, then we can look into, I guess it's possible that we can look into another motion to reduce the 1.5 to some other number other than 1. So if there's no other comments other than my own, I guess I should comment. I'm not tickled with going down to 1. 1.5 I thought would be ideal for this situation. I'd be willing to move it to 1.3 or 1.25, but there's just not enough visitor stalls. Even in some of these that you're not expecting them to have a car, there's still people that visit them. There's family members, and I think this creates a bigger problem. So I will not be supporting this motion as well. So with that being said, I'm going to call the question.
Has a comment.
Okay, Councillor St.
Jump
Pierre,
in.
you're on, sir.
Jump in. I guess what I'd like to say is that this seems to be another case where, sadly, we're trying to build a community towards a vision based on various documents and housing needs assessment, transportation master plan, and all the rest. And it's scary. It's scary because we see all these cars, and the numbers of cars are actually frightening. But we really have to grasp the future and move forward. And there's no guarantees. There are no guarantees. But we do have some very good work done by some very good people that indicates that we have a sufficient number of parking by reducing down to 1. We have, strangely enough parking for all the tenants in terms of bicycles. We've actually got power outlets for e-bikes, which is amazing and wonderful and much more affordable for the people that are going to be there, whether or not they have a low income or not. We have schools nearby. We have amenities nearby. This has actually been well thought out. It's a well-positioned development for this sort of thing. We need to actually be moving towards something reasonable. And let's face it, 75 plus parking spaces, and the amount of space involved is still really significant, and actually provides 1 parking stall per tenant, or per resident, which is really a lot. I think we need to be encouraging the future to happen here. And that's all I really have to say on this.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. I guess I'll have my last crack at it. And again, that's I found that the stats prove that those that are having jobs, and I assume a lot of these people have jobs, the jobs are in Greater Victoria. 70% of the people commute to Victoria. So again, I'm not entirely in favor of this 1.5, but I think we've heard enough, and I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of that, I'll read it again, that council approve a variance of section 4 to section 4.8 parking requirements of zoning bylaw number 600-213 to reduce the parking stall ratio from 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit to 1 parking space per dwelling unit. So all those in favor, and I'm going to ask for the council ones first, and then I will go on the line ones. So all those in favor and present here in council, raise their hand if they're in favor.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
We have to vote it simultaneously. I know it's a pain in the butt with this system, but we have to vote simultaneously.
Okay, I'll use my acute hearing to see if I can pick everybody off. I can't hear you raise your hand, so I'm going to have to deal with aye. Just a second, I'm going to get some counsel from staff.
To the chair, I just think that if we could probably proceed with like how we do in council chamber when everyone is present. If they don't raise their hand, then we're just going to assume that they're for it. And I think we could do the same with the people that are participating electronically. So if we don't hear them say nay, then they are in support of the motion. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah,
So that we can't see.
we'll try it. What I'm going to do is call for all those in favor, raise their hand or say yay.
Yay, Councillor.
Yay.
So that's 3 yays. All those against signify by raising their hand, because I think they're all here. And that is 3. So it is tie 3-3. I need some direction here, please, staff.
The motion is defeated.
All right, the motion is being defeated, and hopefully staff can go back and see if they can salvage this. Do you need a motion to that, staff?
Councillor Logans will make a motion to that staff work with the applicant to determine a new parking space per dwelling unit number.
So Councillor Logans has made that motion, which will appear in the screen in a second, and that has been seconded by Councillor Bateman. So we'll wait for that to appear so we get it right.
And feel free to wordsmith it if I didn't make exact sense.
Once we get it typed out, I'll read it out again and make sure you're happy with it, Councillor Logans, and then Councillor Bateman will be commenting on it too, and then I will put it for discussion and then a vote.
Required parking stall ratio, perhaps, Ms. Rear?
I forget that you can see this, Councillor Logans. It's good.
It's great.
Okay, so that council directs staff to work with the applicant to determine a required parking stall ratio for the 2170 Charters Road development. And that motion is made by Councillor Logans, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Are you okay with how it's written there, Councillor Logans?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Bateman, you're all right?
Well, I'd rather see the word revised as opposed to required, since we do have but it's fine, it's fine.
Okay, so Councillor Bateman is happy with that as well. So the motion is that council directs staff to work with the applicant to determine a required parking stall ratio for the 2170 Charters Road development. Any more discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising their hand or saying aye.
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 That's unanimous, and mine's an aye as well. So that is passed. Thank you very much. Okay, the next order of business is adoption of minutes. Amended minutes previously adopted September 14th, 2020. Minutes previously adopted September 14th, the PDF. The council amend the previously adopted minutes of September 14, 2020 to move resolution 2020-232.
So moved.
That was moved by Councillor St. Pierre. We have a seconder.
Second.
Mayor Tate, second that. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising their hand or saying aye.
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 This is also very confusing. Thank you. That's also passed unanimously. Okay, now we're going to 7.1.
Point of order, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
I wonder if it's possible to see, as we do in Zoom, we can see all the faces of those on screen, and that might facilitate, but Teams perhaps doesn't allow that.
Through the chair, yeah, I guess Councillor St. Pierre and Councillor Logans and Mayor Tate could probably, when they do a vote, just to not only unmute themselves, but to also put your video on, and then they could see you.
Sorry, my issue with that is that I'm not feeling well, so I'm at home. I'm sitting here at my workspace, but I'm just trying to keep the video down just to preserve, just so I can stay with you through this meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Point of
As
order.
long as I'm not breaking any rules, I'm okay with the way we're doing it. I think that it is working. It is a little bit cumbersome, but thank you for that suggestion. But it doesn't seem like it's going to work for us.
Point of order, Mayor Tate here.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Tate.
Just to request that when you call for the vote, maybe just call out for anyone in opposition. And then, you know, otherwise every motion according to our Robert's rule or our council procedures is deemed to be in favor. So it's only the opposition votes that really need to be counted. And you could call out for that, and that might help.
Okay, so noted. Okay, now delegations 7.1, West Wind Harbour Co-housing Strata Plan. And that presentation is, oh gee, I hope I pronounced this right, Odete Pinho? Is it close?
That's right.
Oh,
Good
good.
evening.
Odete.
So you, as a presenter, now have the floor, so carry on.
Thank you very much. And just to check, Patty, do you have the presentation logged in, or should I be managing my share screen?
Odette, yeah, you go ahead. You can go ahead and share your screen, and I think that will work better.
Okay, just one moment. It'll take me a moment to get to that. Just checking, can everyone hear me and see the screen?
Yes, from Teams.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can see it all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Beddows, Mayor Tate, members of council. It's a pleasure to speak with you this evening. My name is Odete Pinho, and I'm joined this evening with Margaret Critchlow. And we're thankful to have a few minutes of your time to update you on West Wind Harbour co-housing. This is a 34-unit multifamily development that's located on Goodmere Road, and it's nearing construction completion, which is so exciting. And the owner builders are eager to move into their new residences at the beginning of the new year. And West Wind Harbour Co-housing is asking that the District of Sault Council grant approval to sign Strata Property Act Form T. And this form is required by the Land Titles Office to permit registration of the Strata Plan. Council has the ability under the Strata Property Act to designate an approving officer to sign the Strata Form T, which applies when a Strata Plan is applied with a previously occupied building. District Policy 8.6 provides a framework for Council as the approving authority to consider applications to convert existing previously occupied dwellings into strata units. The policy objective is to consider applications to convert existing dwellings into titled units, and I quote, to prioritize rental accommodation over privately owned dwellings. However, the intent of District Policy 8.6 does not apply this context, which is converting a former residence into shared community amenity space. So why doesn't this policy apply? Because the proposed strata titling of the former residence at West Wind Harbour Co-housing, as shown circled in red in this image and on the strata plan, is to create common property amenity building. And the strata titling is not creating a separate title for a previously occupied residence alone. It's for common property, which also includes the elevator and underground parking, lobby, corridors, storage, locker rooms, mechanical, electrical rooms, the workshop stairs, rooftop deck. So it's not creating a separate title for this home. It's for common property, and therefore policy 8.6 doesn't apply to this specific case. Time is of the essence to permit the strata plan registration before November 30th, this month. In addition to the costs of delays, which are expensive at this late stage of the project, an additional school tax of 0.4% will apply to all property in BC that's valued at $3 million or greater. So if the strata plan is not registered prior to November 30th, the building will be assessed as a single property rather than as 34 individual strata titled units. This would trigger an additional school tax of approximately $62,000. And the West Wind members would have to pay this additional cost when they pay their property taxes in 2021. As well, our understanding is that they would not be able to access the provincial property tax homeowners grant that would normally apply when you're moving into your new residence. So West Wind Harbour Co-housing respectfully requests that Council provide support this evening by designating an approving officer to sign the Strata Plan Form T, which will permit the registration of the Strata Plan this month. And I'm asking that the district take prompt action to sign the Strata Form T because the Land Titles Office is so busy and backlogged as well. So the form needs to be signed and submitted to the Land Titles Office tomorrow to be able to make this deadline. West Wind Harbour Co-housing really needs Council's help here. And we're really grateful for all of the support that district staff and mayor and councillors have provided this project over the past 4 years. We ask that we all work together to bring this to completion fast. And this is a huge accomplishment for everyone that's been involved. This development will make Souk the co-housing capital of Canada. It'll be the second of only 3 seniors co-housing developments in Canada. Thank you for your support to help take this project home. And Margaret and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Sounds like it's the clock is ticking. You need this by tomorrow. Interesting. I will ask, and are there any councillors that have some questions for our presenters? I don't hear
just a quick question.
Yeah, Councillor St. Pierre, you have the floor.
It was mostly with regards to the Amenity Building and wondering whether, like the other co-housing facility that's in Souk, Harborside, whether or not it might be available for other community groups and whether or not it would be a shared amenity in any way or simply reserved for Strata members. Just curious.
You want me to respond to that, Odete?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. Yes, it will work. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. It will work the same as Harborside's Common House does. So as long as there's a member of West Wind Harbour Co-housing who's a part of the group that will be meeting there, that's certainly going to be an amenity space that can be used by the whole Souk community, but through existing members.
That's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? I have one just on the motion. I think what we want to do is assign an approving officer. Is that basically the crux of it? And give that direction to the signing officer to carry on?
I'll try and answer your question, Mr. Chairman. I may have to ask Mr. Paolo to weigh in as well. But my understanding of the situation is that Land Titles Office has confirmed that the approving officer, whether it remains with council or whether it is delegated to someone else, likely our approving officer, or the approving authority, if it remains with council, must approve a subdivision. And we have a process, an application process for subdivision. And before any of the approving authority makes his approval, we'd have to go through that application process and subdivision process. Mr. Paolo, do you have anything else to add to that?
Yes, thank you. So as stated regarding the subdivision process, in my conversations with the delegation prior to tonight, we had discussed the contents of what the current policy in place requires. And as stated, it's treating all previously occupied buildings as part of this subdivision process to evaluate the contents of the Strata Property Act. And a few of those considerations is the life expectancy of the building, projected major increases in maintenance costs due to the condition of the building, and any other matters that are, in its opinion, relevant for the consideration of signing off on this. So as part of that is a BC Code compliance report indicating that all those necessary upgrade requirements are in place and acceptable for our building department. So that is part of the application process to allow staff to provide that review and comfort for council as the approving authority to sign off on these types of requirements. So that is the purpose of the application. This one certainly being unique in its nature, given that it's not creating additional strata lots as the delegations identified, but that it's a common property. However, there's no provisions within the policy or the Strata Property Act that recognizes that distinction. And in conversations with the delegation's land surveyor, that was noted after the fact when the land surveyor submitted the original plans to the land titles office to have registration completed, and the deputy registrar returned a comment back to the land surveyor indicating that as per the Strata Property Act, the approving authority would need to sign off on this, which triggers this policy to provide for that application process.
Wow, thank you very much for that. That's interesting. So, but we still, I just need a clarification. We can still assign an approving officer. Council can designate an approving officer to look after this in the proper time frame, whatever staff decides. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there was a similar application in front of council not so long ago, and council was not eager at that time to delegate this particular function. So we could either have that delegated full-time, or probably not the best practice to do it on a one-off for just this application. So if you recall, it was a strata that was out on Connie Road, and with a previously occupied dwelling that the application came forward on.
Yeah, I am familiar with that. I guess with this is, to me, the difference is that time's of an essence here. And I would like, personally, I wouldn't mind delegating it as a one-of. And I know it may not sit, that's my own personal preference, but I would certainly like to hear from other councillors on this. Councillor Bateman.
I was strictly getting ready to move the motion with a slight amendment.
Just point of order,
Yeah,
Mayor
go
Tate
ahead.
here.
Go ahead, Mayor Tate.
There's actually no motion on the floor yet, though I do hope we do make something. I just wanted to speak just in light of what staff said, which is very technical in nature. I'm just a bit surprised to hear, like, I fully can't grasp what was outlined as a potential barrier that is emerging kind of at this point. Like, it seems to me that the units, like, it's come out of the building is out of the ground, and is this all something that the applicant is aware of to resolve in terms of getting this finished? It just seems odd that it just seems late in the day is all. And if there was, I heard something about a land surveyor missing something or not having submitted, but it's just, I'm thinking about the residents that are trying to gear up to move into a new building. It's not something that's still in the planning stage. Like, it's out of the ground, and I don't want to see residents in hardship because of this. It just seems very late to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tate. So you haven't made it yet?
Yeah, I'll make this now.
Okay, Councillor Bateman is going to make a motion.
Mayor Tate, you can't see that a motion has been brought forward here by staff, and that motion is that council grant next day approval for Strata Property Act Form T, which will permit the strata plan on the property located at 6609 Goodmere Road to be registered at Land Titles Office. And I'd like to see the words next day approval.
I think there's a point of order. I see our CEO shaking his head, so I'm not sure. I'd like to get some clarification before we proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mayor Tate's question, this came back to us because it was sent to Land Titles for registration, and Land Titles sent it back. So regardless of the whole process, we do have to have a subdivision application submitted, and we do have some due diligence that we have to go through in order to not take on, a degree of liability and risk. So certainly, I believe what council is expecting is that tonight you delegate the authority to approve this to our approving officer. Is that?
That's certainly how I'd like to proceed. Councillor Bateman has made a motion. We have not had a seconder for it yet.
I'll second that.
No, council's not approving the Form T. Council is going to delegate the authority to approve this application to our approving officer.
Mayor Tate, did you hear that last exchange? I think the problem is legalities. It has to go through the proper application through the subdivisions, and that has not been done. So we have to, I think the only solution here, and we've got a motion and a seconder, so I guess I'm speaking to the motion. The only solution is to delegate it.
Sorry, Councillor Beddows.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Logans.
I believe Councillor Bateman and Mayor Tate first and seconded a different motion than the one that is currently being changed on the screen here by staff. Because Councillor Bateman did say something about.
I will withdraw the original motion.
An approving officer.
Okay,
so this is a different.
Councillor Bateman has withdrawn that, and could I get Councillor Tate to also agree to that withdrawal, since she seconded it, but she wasn't quite sure which she was seconding. So if you just withdraw that, we've got another motion on the board. So you okay with that, Mayor?
No, there's a procedure. There was a motion that Councillor Bateman, I guess he's withdrawn it, but I did not. I just wanted to know, I see that Mr. Paolo has his hand up. I also wanted to know, if possible, if the applicant was aware. I heard that the district got notice back, and when was that, and has that been communicated to our delegation this evening? And there was, and just procedurally, the motion that I had originally seconded was being wordsmithed without an amendment to it.
Can we please deal with the motion issue before answering any questions?
Yeah, I'm unclear as to what motion we're dealing with here, and I don't see it on the board. All I can see is the, but this isn't what first came up, I believe. So the original motion that was made and seconded was that council grant approval for Strata Property Act Form T, which will permit the strata plan on the property located at 6609 Goodmere Road to be registered at Lands Titles Office. That was the motion that was originally made and seconded. Is that still stand? Is that that's your understanding? Councillor Bateman.
I did withdraw that motion, and if the seconder would withdraw it, we can follow the CAO's counsel on this.
Mayor Tate, you were seconding. Is that the motion that you thought that you were seconding?
The motion that was just read out again is what I had seconded it, and if there is a desire to amend it then to what the CAO is proposing, then this motion should, should be either be defeated with or a new amendment proposed. But no, I don't support withdrawing it and replacing it with something different, because that was what I was seconded, was on the screen.
I'll make an amendment to this.
Okay,
That's
Councillor
fine.
Bateman is going to make an amendment.
The council delegate authority to the approving officer and if you could go back to the, but we're amending the previous motion. Is there here?
Why don't we just let the first motion stand? If we're so strong about it, defeat it, and then we bring the second one in.
Your Worship, or it may be worthwhile to hear Mr. Palo. I think he has something he'd like to say.
Okay, Mr. Palo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just to help assist with the process and kind of clarify 2 points for council to consider. First, the original motion that was put forward was what was being proposed by the delegation in order to speed up the process to allow them for registration. So the two matters that require consideration is, one, does council want to approve this tonight? And if so, then the requirement to delegate the authority is not necessary, and council would then just authorize the mayor to sign the application to deposit at the land titles office, if that is the intent of council. If the intent of council is to delegate the authority, then the approving officer can be delegated that authority. And then at that point, the next process would be then to request that the applicant complete the subdivision application process and go through that process, which the delegation is not in favor of that. So then there would need to be further direction in the motion that they would be requesting the approving officer approve that strata plan that requires deposit. So if that is the intent, then I would suggest for council to then revert back to the initial motion that I had discussed with just authorizing the mayor to sign that. However, I indicated earlier that there is a policy in place, and while it does not provide for a distinction between these two scenarios, council should be aware of how the policy is to be applied in both instances, whether a strata lot is being created or there's a conversion of a previously occupied building. That is the way that the wording of the policy is right now. So anything contrary to that would also need council's consideration for altering that process.
Thank you. So in order to proceed, I would like to have a motion to deal with, then we can discuss it. Somebody willing to make a motion? What was the...
So, Your Worship, I'm going to call a mea culpa here, and thank you, Director Palo, for your explanation. It appears that the subdivision application can be accomplished just by having the Form T signed. Is that correct, Matthew?
That is correct. However, the consideration is how that then applies, or lack of application of our current policy for this purpose, for a previously occupied building.
All right. So the motion that is on the floor certainly should be considered by council to expedite this, as long as, and I do apologize, I was under the assumption that the formal subdivision application had to come in and be approved. Mr. Powell was telling us that just approving the Form T will suffice, with the understanding from council that our policy may not be being met to the letter in this particular instance.
Yeah, I think I understand now. I mean, I guess the time's of an essence here. Somebody else wish to speak on it? Mayor, was that you that indicated? I can't see anybody. I just have to guess.
Yes, it's Mayor Tate here. Sorry, I was having technical challenges again on my end. Just given what Mr. Powell and Mr. McInnes have said, I really appreciate everyone's attention to detail on the applications. In terms of our policy, though, the difference and why I'm comfortable sort of progressing this one is these are new projects. Like the whole co-housing concept is new to Souk. It's exciting that we have 2 of the 3 here in Canada. So I'm comfortable to make a motion that would, and sorry, I'm flipping through all the screens as part of the issue here, that would provide the go-ahead for this. And then in terms of council's policy, it would be timely or at some point for us to bring that policy back for discussion and just how things have evolved and changed and how we have had unique projects like Harborside and Westwind coming forward. And that's why maybe the policy needs to be refreshed to consider events like this. I don't know if this was an issue with the Harborside one or not, but in this case, they are very unique. And that's where I feel that council has the ability to also recognize that. So I would like to move that council grant approval for Strata Property Act Form T, which will permit the strata plan on the property located at 6609 Goodmere Road to be registered at the Lands Titles Office.
Do I have a seconder for that?
Back to the original one. Okay.
I don't know. I got a little confused here. We've gone 3 or 4 times. Okay, well, we'll take it that I think originally Councillor Bateman moved it. Would you be all right with seconding that, Mayor?
If that's the, yeah, that was the original intent.
That's good. So we have a motion on the floor that council grant approval for Strata Property Act from Form T, which will permit the strata plan on the property located at 6609 Goodmere Road to be registered at the Lands Title Office. We have a motioner and a seconder. Any discussion to the motion?
Discussion, Councillor Logans.
Councillor Logans, you have the floor.
Anytime a delegation comes forward with a timeline, especially one as short as a few hours, it makes me a little hesitant. And I know that this is an excellent project and I do support the co-housing project. But the timing and the fact that we're breaking does make me quite nervous, especially because in the past when I've been part of these types of motions, they have not turned out well. So I do see Mr. Paolo's hand up, and I would appreciate if we can hear more from him during this discussion period as well, and just make sure that this is something we want to move ahead with. Right now, I'm not really feeling in support of this motion. Because the timeline is just too quick, and I feel like I don't want to miss anything, and I don't want staff to be put in the position that they're missing anything. But I do agree with Mayor Tate that if this motion does go ahead, we need a secondary motion to, or actually regardless of whether the motion goes ahead, we need a secondary motion to do a policy adjustment to support co-housing and other situations that may arise like this in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Logans. As we have a motion and a seconder on the floor, I'm not comfortable with going back to staff for any more explanation.
Sorry, Councillor, but that is my request as a councillor for discussion that I hear from Mr. Powell. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, Mr. McInnes was not incorrect in the discussion piece about the subdivision application component. Specifically, we identify that an application is required and it's processed as a subdivision, and the means of that application process is to address the portions of the Strata Property Act that don't explicitly state that it's a subdivision. However, the conditions regarding building code compliance can be captured under that subdivision application process. So just want council to be aware that as part of a standard process with confirming a previously occupied building, it's also ensuring that the code compliance report is satisfactory for the building department. So I've had discussions with the delegation previously, and they've indicated that they have done all the necessary code compliance pieces. So staff would just be seeking to have confirmation of that so that the approving authority is actually approving something that has met all those code compliance requirements.
Thank you. And is that something that you can get done tomorrow?
In working with the delegation, I'd be more than happy to work on ensuring all those pieces are submitted for necessary sign-off.
Awesome. Thank you.
Do we need that piece put in the motion then? Because as soon as if we pass this, then they have their permission to the Lands Title Act, in my understanding. Need a little direction from staff?
given that it's one of their requirements to ensure that any necessary major increases in maintenance costs are taken in consideration, that code compliance piece would help satisfy those necessary pieces for the approving authority to ensure that it's appropriate.
So do we need to have that in the motion then?
That would be beneficial for ensuring, yes, that staff can confirm that all the necessary upgrades have been completed so that a previously occupied building is not being registered that has not met the necessary BC code, building code requirements.
Okay, so we do have this motion on the floor. So if the council feels that they would have that feel better by having those things put in, then my suggestion is that we, it's up to the council, defeat this motion and make a new motion with those, because unless they're going to make an amended motion.
We can probably move ahead with this one and then add on another motion after.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that as long as everybody understands that if we defeat this one, another one will come up with almost the same, but with the guarantees that those other things are taken care of. Anybody have any objection to that?
Happy to call the question.
Okay. So basically, the council grant approval for Strata Property Act Form T, which will permit the Strata to plan on the property located at 6609 Goodmere Road to be registered at Land's Title Office. We have a motion, we have a seconder. All those in favor signify by raising their hand or aye.
Aye.
We have two here, one aye on.
Aye.
Okay, that's 4.
Aye, Councillor Logan.
5. I'll vote nay on that. I'd like to have those guarantees in there, but that is passed. So there's just one negative, and that would be myself. So that is passed. Thank you very much, and thanks for the staff for trying to clarify that. It was quite an interesting jumble, but we got through it. Thank you.
Chair Beddows, did you want to add we wanted to add a second motion onto this to address what Mr. Pavlov was speaking about?
Well, my understanding, and I have to ask staff again, but once we've passed that one, I don't know. The idea that I thought that if we defeated the first one, then the new one could come in to have Mr. Pavlov's concerns put in. But I don't know. Again, I'll have to ask staff.
I think that, just a point of order, I think just given the discussion and just some of our sort of technical challenges in getting through this, council wants to progress the application. We also want to make sure that our staff concerns are addressed. So I think we could just add a business arising motion that council directs staff to review the items that our Director of Planning, Mr. Paulo, spoke of during the council meeting. I can't capture everything he said. I'm just trying.
Understood. Could we have something on the board there that we can? CAO is that? Will that do it?
Mr. Chairman, I am happy to suggest to council, we will not put this in front of the mayor for signature until that code review due diligence has been done. And if council is happy with that,
okay,
we can work in good faith.
I'm happy with that. How about anybody in council have an objection to that comment? Hearing none, then we will proceed. That is passed, and staff will be working with the applicants and make sure the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and the mayor will sign off in due time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Beddows and Mayor Tate and members of council. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Quick bathroom break. All right, so now we have a report of the Chief Administration Officer, Mr. McInnes.
Just a couple really quick updates, Mr. Chairman. Just want to let Council know that a lot of hard work and part of our fire department and Captain Cam Norris Jones in particular, we did get a grant to do some large and complex emergency management training. So the advanced level course utilizes immersive simulation technology to explore methods for managing large activities and resources in multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional settings. So just another application on the emergency management side. I'm looking forward to Captain Norris Jones going to that and bringing back all of the learning that he gets. And hopefully there is an exam component on this as well, and we wish him well on that exam. And the second thing I want to update is just that myself, Director Paolo, and Director Carter went to the Salmon Enhancement Society and had a look at some of the new processes that they have to treat their treatment water and then to treat their effluent water as well. A very awesome process. So it was good to go out to the Salmon Enhancement Society, spend some time with Alita Piers and Bill Pedno and look at their new processes. They may need some help with our lab at the wastewater treatment plant to continue to see how they can improve their process on their effluent water before they let it back into the creek. So it was good to go and have that visit, and that's it for my quick update today.
Thank you, Mr. McInnes. Next is written submissions and supplementary agenda, public question and comment period. Some of them I've already read out because they dealt with the last one. I have the Souk Elders Complex. Now, is this still limited to the 2 minutes? Yes, okay. And the other is another letter, a letter regarding the Wadham's Way Church Road development. So I'll read the first one out, if Councillor Bateman could time for me, please. Citing rationale, Souk Elders Complex. Searchin has undertaken a conceptual design for the proposal Elders Complex and has located the building on the southern portion of the northwest quadrant of Lot A. Much consideration has gone into the siting, and this memo aims to detail the rationale as well as address questions raised by staff and council to date. The complex will be utilized by residents of the apartment and by wider community, and the project team aims to ensure the building is accessible as possible for the whole community. Preferring siting south end of northeast quadrant, the location allows for grade level access to the drop-in center and non-profit rental space from the parking area immediately in front of the building. Allows for easy access to those requiring mobility aids who are struggling to walk distances. Decrease waiting and overuse of elevator, minimizing share of small spaces for health and safety concerns, i.e. COVID regulations. Ease drop-off of food and supplies to the community kitchen. Allow for secure under-building parking and storage for residents. Allows alignment of the parking access to both the Elders Complex and the library. This also makes pedestrian access between two sites easier to navigate. Landscaping can improve visual appeal from Wadham's Way. Leave space for the build of another apartment or business complex to the north end of the bordering Wadham's Way as detailed in the charrette. Co-location of potential sharing of parking between use to future phases of development. North end of the northeast quadrant, the siting makes accessibility a challenge. This would require the building to be rotated 180 degrees and drop the first floor down to ground level at the rear. The second level would be in front Wadham's Way. The siting would lose the under-building parking and increase the amount of service parking required. The access to the parking area will not align with the access to the library parking. We would need to move the secure spaces for the residents' bikes, scooters, garage, and machine rooms onto the first floor, therefore losing the apartments on the first floor. Use of canes and walkers or balance issues are unable to walk very far will find it difficult to make their way to up the slope to access building. Thank you. That's the 2 minutes is up. The next one is from Jay Phillips to Corporate Services. Hello, council members and mayor in the District of Souk. Regarding the request of October 13 council meeting by the developer of the parcel of land at the corner of Wadhams and Church Road to get on with the approval. This development deserves careful and public consideration. It should not be hurried through the approval process. There is much to consider here. It is at the heart of Souk and it's large. Providing decent, livable outdoor space for playgrounds and gardens should not be a tradable option. There is no provision made for seasonal stream and bog and protection areas living, protected species living there. For a developer to offer $130,000 in lieu of affordable housing is indicative of the developer's apparent lack of interest in the needs and requirements of the community. We need some generosity here, not trying to squeeze the most profit out of the developer as possible. The EOS should not be cowed by developers who say time is of the essence. So please, let's get on with the approval without delay or redue consideration, folks. Souk is booming at this time, and it's been quite a while. While it comes to land development, a developer should be willing to sit down and talk about genuine local concerns for the massive project and be willing to sacrifice part of it, like the huge profits, for the privilege of being able to work with the international coveted Souk properties. A chance to preserve perspective by the DOS on who has the upper hand in land development in Souk is long overdue. I'm also wondering why I'm reading the plan correctly. There are 2-car garages for every home and a townhouse plus 300 plus parking spaces in a development that is within walking distance of the downtown core. That's that one. I don't know what's this next one. Just a sec. Oh my God. Okay, now this one, what's this one? That's 3 pages, and it's put in by Bernie Klassen, Church Road. So I'm duty bound to read it for 2 minutes, and I shall. There's 2, actually. Oh, is there 2? Yeah, the first is Paula Johansson. It's just under the second page. Right here, and she got the photo. Oh, okay. So I'll read this other one out first, and then I'll come to you, and you can say what you need to say. So, okay, just, all right, so this first one, if I'm getting this right, is, okay, Paula Johnson is the first one. Is that correct? Yeah. And that's the one I'm going to be reading? No, we're reading the second. Where does the second one begin? Page 15. Oh. Got it. Okay. They're all sort of blurred together here. All right. Sorry about that. We'll just carry on. Okay. Rezoning application for 2182 Church Road. I am writing in regards to a zoning of 2182 Church Road. I will forego my concerns with the impact of new traffic on the area, the lack of affordable housing in the development, and other concerns. Instead, I would like to concentrate on the environment impact this development will have on the northern border. I have read that interest that the riparian areas regulated assessment report, which has been submitted to Souk Council, and note that the report focuses on the potential impact of fish-bearing water downstream. The Streamside Protection and Enhancement Area, SPEA report. The focus of the report directs attention away from the waters on the north side of the property functioning as a wetland, more particularly a traditional wetland according to Wetlands British Columbia, a guide to identification. The area has been severely damaged by such factors as grazing by cattle, leading to damage and destruction of shrubs, trees, local plants by browsing, and soil damage by hoof feet. Concentration of a deer population by surrounding developments, leading to over-browsing, hoof damage to the soil damage caused by recreational vehicles. The brief list, let me point out, not exhaustive. Yet despite the damage to the area, the diminution of the area covered by wetland, this area is still a home for amphibian species, concentrated by the destruction of other local environmentally sensitive areas and had provided habitat. The northwest corner of this lot became an environmental island for local amphibian species. The species include two or more frogs breeding populations. It's 2 minutes up?
15 more seconds.
Oh, okay. Include the listed species Pacific crocus tree frog, newts, and salamanders, including the listed species rough-skinned newt. The time's up? Okay, thank you very much for that. It's too bad you can't read it all, but. Okay, now we will go to the other presentation, and that is, who is making that again? Paula Johansson. Paula,
Yes,
Miss Johansson, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll be more brief than my written comments, which you can read in full. Council should not approve zoning amendment bylaw 791 until you have confirmed that planned development of 2182 Church Road will meet all provincial and federal requirements for protecting the lives and habitat of wildlife. The riparian assessment report does not mention wildlife living in the seasonal wetland on the north side of the Wadhams farm. It proposes replacing the watercourse with engineered swales that will provide drainage to nearby Throop Stream, a fish-bearing stream. While this proposal might handle seasonal runoff, there's no provision made for preserving wildlife habitat. In particular, there's no mention of how to protect wildlife during development of the property. Now, these animals are all protected by the BC Wildlife Act, including a dozen kinds of birds protected under the Federal Migratory Bird Convention. There are also 2 or more kinds of bumblebee, as well as rough-skinned newts, Pacific chorus tree frogs, garter snakes, and an unconfirmed sharp-tailed snake, which is a red-listed species. Please consult with provincial officials and inform citizens what measures are being taken to protect wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was within the 2 minutes, and thank you for that presentation.
There's an exhaustive list of animals cited at that wetland.
Okay, thank you very much.
Move the recommendation that items 10.1 and 10.2 be adopted by general consent.
Thank you. We will move on that. So, do I need a motion?
Second.
Yeah, okay. We have that. We have the motion and second it. Any discussion to the motion? Oh, that was nice. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising their hand or saying aye.
Aye.
We got.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's passed unanimous. Thank you very much.
We're going to do the nays.
If they're all aye, everybody said aye.
I know, but you have to call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll do that next time.
Okay.
I got it. Okay,
Okay, sorry, I just got on. Okay, good.
who's that? Just, we're gonna pause for a moment here.
Thank you, Paula.
Okay, next one is 11.1, amended terms of reference Land Use and Development Committee. That council adopt the Land Use and Development Committee terms of reference as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Mayor Tate, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against signify by saying aye. Nay. Nay, okay. I'm sorry, I work in a different realm. Usually it's aye for either one, but we'll do it this way, nays. Hearing none, that is passed unanimously. Okay, 11.2, amended terms to reference Community Economic Development Committee. That council approved the terms of reference by the Community Economic Development Committee as amended, and that council provide direction regarding the Climate Action Committee. Is that 2 motions or? Yeah, okay, so we'll do that. Council approved the terms of reference at the Community Economic Development Committee as amended. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
By Mayor Tate. Do we have a seconder? By Councillor Lajeunesse. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against signify by nay. Hearing none, that has passed unanimously. Thank you. And the other one is that council provide direction regarding the Climate Action Committee.
So I can give a little context if you wish.
Yeah, CAO, if you would, please.
So the resolution that was just carried at the October 26th meeting, we were directed by council to bring back the amended terms of reference for the Community Economic Development Committee to include climate action elements. And we put in the report those climate action elements and the frameworks that we're going to use for adaptation and mitigation work. At the same time, the appointments for the current Climate Action Committee expire on December 1st. So we don't want to duplicate efforts with these two committees. So just wondering if council, what changes to the terms of reference for the Climate Action Committee they would like to see, or if the Climate Action Committee should be populated once the term is up on December 1st, as indicated in the report body.
Okay, so as I understand it, that you're looking for some direction to council regarding the Climate Action Committee. Do we let it run out in December and reappoint? And that's the idea?
Or given that we've taken quite a bit out of the terms of reference from the Climate Action Committee, they're now part of the Community Economic Development Committee. What changes to the Climate Action terms of reference do we need to bring back if we are going to call for to repopulate the Climate Action Committee after the term is up on December 1st?
So, council comments, please.
I'd like to speak to that if I may.
Yeah, Councillor St. Pierre.
So, as you can imagine, I've had some interest in this particular issue, and specifically the Climate Action Committee, as I've been chairing it for some time. What I noted when I looked through all of this was that, firstly, I think that the climate, I'm eager to actually see the Community Economic Development Committee and the Land Use Committee, which I both believe have overlap with the Climate Action Committee, get themselves rolling, get their feet under them, and actually potentially take over issues like transportation, housing, economic diversification, so on and so forth. There's a great deal that those two committees can deal with that ideally, with appropriate staff support, would be better done in those committees rather than the Climate Action Committee. Having said that, within the terms of reference of the Climate Action Committee, there remain a number of items that would not be covered by either of those committees, including to inspire and sustain community commitment to achieving the district's climate action objectives, identifying opportunities and making recommendations on ways to build local climate action awareness and promote environmental stewardship, to advise council on issues of environmental importance to community partners and stakeholder groups of the community at large, and to provide recommendations and feedback on other climate change issues as directed by council, including environmental bylaws and policies. And in terms of the recently adopted work plan, most everything will be covered by the Land Use Committee and the Community Economic Development Committee, except for engagement and education. So, given that it's going to take some time for both of those committees to get their feet under them, and I know that the Community Economic Development Committee is likely to be very busy with certain priority pieces like CERTA and affordable housing, I would suggest that the Climate Action Committee probably needs to continue for some time, but really needs to examine its terms of reference in terms of transitioning a large amount of its work over to other committees. I think it would be respectful and appropriate to actually refer some of this back to the Climate Action Committee and ask for input from the members in terms of what a revised terms of reference might look like at that point. Of course, for final approval by council and revision by staff. And I think that's all I'd like to say at this point. Thank you.
Okay, I need a little clarification in my mind exactly what we're doing here. My understanding from our CAO that if this mandate for the Climate Action Committee ends in December, and if we let that run out and we could reform it at any time under a new mandate, and from hearing from Councillor St. Pierre, it's really not clear what their mandate is until these other economic group gets going. And so my recommendation is to let the Climate Action Committee time run out, and we revisit it once these other these other committees are up and running. Would that be palatable to council? Comments?
No, I think that's opposite of what Councillor was saying. I think it was more like they have a lot of work to do that wouldn't be covered under those terms of reference, so they continue working on those now. The other committees get their feet under them. So I think, yeah, it's prudent to listen to Councillor St. Pierre's recommendation to bring it back to the Climate Action Committee for a discussion.
That clarified it. Thank you, Councillor Logans. What's the council's wish on that? Do we want to just let them go? We'd have to extend their mandate, would we not?
Well, I believe we could get a meeting in before December 1st with the Climate Action Committee. Okay. If the wish is to have the terms of reference go back to them for some recommendations back to council.
Okay. Do we need a motion to that then, or we just let the Climate Action Committee have another meeting and report back to us?
That would suffice for me.
Yes. Anybody?
Mayor Tate wants to speak.
Go ahead, Mayor Tate.
Thank you. So I'm very in support of the other committees, obviously, that are getting underway. The transfer of moving from one committee to the other won't happen though right away. We need to advertise go through the process of selecting new committee members. They'll need to get orientated, and so we're looking at some time in the new year, and then dependent upon what is approved in our financial plan may outline what that committee's work plan will look like. So at this time, I'm in support of either extending the committee's term or renewing it for another year. And in that time period, the committee will automatically, look at its terms of reference to determine what actions are outstanding, and then also enable some good committee feedback without the pressure of time. And the other piece I want, because I don't feel that all of their work, there's a lot of other items that are outstanding at the same time. And the other piece to this is I'd like to see also what may come out of the provincial government now that the new government will have new mandate letters, new priorities. What is there in the Ministry of Environment? What sort of opportunities for collaboration with local governments may exist? So it's something of an unknown. It would be good to look at that. And the other reason for extending this committee is that community engagement is extremely challenging right now. I do feel that we will need to move to an all virtual meeting after this, just given the caseload and the fact that we're in a hybrid model right now. And the Climate Action Committee has been able to meet throughout COVID. And I just don't want to lose the opportunity to have public participation in local government matters, and also I think some way is to find other ways to connect out through active volunteers that we currently have doing good work on behalf of the district. So while we are coming up to that, the motion that I would like to continue is that council extend the Climate Action Committee term for one year, and I'll just leave it at that, given what I've already stated. Thank you.
Second by Councillor Logan.
Just a sec. I think just to read that council extend the Climate Action Committee terms for one more year. Councillor Logans.
I was just seconding the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a seconder. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none. All those against signify by nay. Hearing none. That is passed. Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Bateman, if you had
No, I
something?
hadn't indicated, but I was waiting.
Sorry.
Just ask a couple of questions through you to Mr. McInnes. In the agenda package tonight, we've got the UBCM Special Committee on Climate Action proposed recommendations, and a BC government document about climate risk assessment. Now, those have been included because our new committee will be utilizing this and staff are utilizing these documents.
Yes, so that has been part of the community economic development vision, to use those two documents to move the adaptation and mitigation pieces forward. And all of that's, you know, I'm reading so much lately around this sort of return to triple bottom line. I was on a all-day webinar on Friday with the Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, their climate action secretariat, and heard a lot of the same things. And anyone that saw the Victoria Foundation Vital Signs report that came out in the paper, the two-page spread on Saturday, same type of thing. Really, it's the social issues, and it may just be an anomaly at this time because of COVID, but it really is the social issues that are taking the front seat on priorities in local government and regional government. So a lot of this stuff is coming together, and that's why I don't want to put us in a position where we're duplicating efforts. So we can work with the Climate Action Committee if they want to keep on with some of this mitigation and adaptation strategy stuff, then likely it'll move from the terms of reference from the Community Economic Development Committee. But what I was directed to do by Council on October 28th was to bring back these terms of reference with those elements in them.
Yes, I'll just cite that this UBCM special committee was quite an undertaking. We at the 2019 UBCM we saw Mayor Osborne from Tofino and the Mayor of Fort St. John, and it's actually quite a remarkable meeting of different mindsets. Normally it's the coast versus the interior on climate action, and this UBCM document, I think, as Mayor Tate would probably be able to confirm, is a meeting of the minds, focusing with these signature initiatives. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Sorry I didn't see your hand go up, but probably didn't give you a chance. Something about looking out of your left side of your eye here where you don't see you. Okay, next order of business, 11.3, Lot A rezoning rationale and citing. And I think we'll probably get a report first.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we dealt with the second motion.
I thought we did.
Oh, did we?
I was under the impression that we did, but I'll... Isn't that the one I asked for the nays? I thought I did. Yeah.
Asleep at the wheel over here. My apologies.
Okay. All right. Now let me go on to 11.3, Lot A rezoning rationale and citing, and I'll go over to our CAO, please.
Actually, I believe Mr. Paolo is going to lead us through this report. And,
okay, Mr. Paolo, you have the floor.
Thank you. This report's going to outline the two components that Council requested further information on. The first being the siting of the Search-In building along the frontage of Lot A, which is the portion adjacent to Wadhams Way, as well as the rationale for requesting a rezoning of the easterly half of the property from P2 to a comprehensive zoning. So on October 19th of this year, the Committee of the Whole received a presentation from Search-In, and that was regarding the siting of the building, which at that point was shown to be at the central portion of the easterly half, and that was contrary to initial thoughts of working from a Wadhams Way location south for the development of the property, recognizing on the westerly half that the library is located currently to be developed adjacent to Wadhams Way on the west half. So based on that information, staff has had a position that has followed very similar to the Lot A charrette report that was prepared specifically for this property. And the reasons for having the property sited adjacent to Wadham's Way was to address pedestrians and cyclists would be able to access the development directly from the street. Accessibility, which can be achieved on any site using a combination of surface parking, underground parking, and elevator access, all based on detailed design principles. That the lot itself would have a chance to be comprehensively developed without dividing it up into further sections. So given this proposal for its central location, it would essentially be creating right now a northerly third, a central third, and a southerly third, as opposed to the building being sited right up to Wadham's Way and leaving the remainder portion for more building flexibility for future proposals that could come forward. As well, it was a comprehensive development, which would include multiple uses that could be factored into how we could address the community's goals that had been highlighted through the charrette. As well, continuous buildings could be located along the streetscape for Lot A. So as I previously mentioned, the library already slated for construction in the northwesterly portion. And then ideally the support to have this in the northeasterly corner of Lot A would then create that pedestrian streetscape all along Wadham's Way, and then allow for the vacant lands to then be concealed further to the south and allow development to proceed as staff further discussions with future proponents for development on the property. So those were the main reasons why the siting was to be considered at that location, specifically going back to the charrette and following that process, which staff have used in past conversations to any inquiries on the property for acceptable proposals. The second portion of the request from council was regarding the consideration for rezoning on the property. And so presently with a P2 institutional zoning, it's specifically for community facilities that include the community civic assembly, among other things. So the consideration for having things like commercial uses or residential use could not be considered under the P2 zoning, and that's the purpose for bringing forward the rezoning application. And that also follows a scheduled rollout that was proposed within the Lot A concept charrette, which showed that a plan would be accepted, which has already been completed, the due diligence reports, which was completed and provided as part of the request for expressions of interest earlier this year, a subdivision of the lot as required, which we currently have one for the library site, and Search-In will also be undertaking a survey process for their proposed parcel. The construction of the library, which is currently underway, and then now we're headed into the next step. So the rezoning of the site, which is what staff is actively working on right now, and as I mentioned, the site surveying, and that was something that would follow with the rezoning. So the rezoning piece is all in support of what is envisioned for the easterly half of Lot A, recognizing now with Search-In and a residential component to their development, they would need that zoning to be in place to support development permit process and ultimately the building permit process. The last thing we've included in this report was also a request from Search-In, excuse me, for a second withdrawal of funds in the amount of $50,000. And that's to assist with the ongoing work of that project to address the current development permit process requirements. So that is the last component to this report, in addition to the rezoning and the signing pieces. So with council's approval for the release, Search-In can then use an additional $50,000 to continue with their development permit process. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I think understanding you talk about rezoning, and I don't see it here, or am I missing something? Or is that coming later?
The rezoning would be coming forward in earlier in the new year.
Okay, that's
right
fine.
Now, what has been undertaken is the initial application process, and so at a previous council meeting, there was questions regarding the rationale for bringing that forward, and as outlined tonight, that's in support of the non-institutional pieces that aren't currently included in the P2 zone, which would be in support of Searchin's application.
Thank you very much. The way I'd like to proceed on this, then, we've basically got 3 that's up there in the board, so we'll deal with each one individually. And the first one is that, I keep flipping it around, as council received for information the updated related to the rezoning consideration for the easterly half of Lot A to facilitate expanded uses for the site and include those recommended by Lot A charrette and plan to 2019. Do we have a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Councillor Bateman has moved that. Do we have a seconder to that motion?
Second, Councillor Logans.
Councillor Logans has seconded that. Now we'll have a discussion to the motion. Who would like to speak first?
Well, as the mover, I'll speak
Councillor
first.
Bateman is going to speak first.
And just strictly related to the zoning on the easterly half. Of course, in Lot A report on page 183 of tonight's agenda, there is a draft comprehensive development bylaw, and it will allow on the eastern half multiple uses. So it just makes total sense, and I look forward to seeing the next iteration of this in the new year.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Anybody else would like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'd like to have a question, please.
Councillor St. Pierre, you have the floor.
Through your chair to staff, I'm just curious about why not include the rest of the remainder of the lot. My understanding within the charrette is that we were looking potentially at a farmer's market, some park space, but most likely with the farmer's market in a permanent location, wouldn't that involve commercial zoning, and wouldn't it make sense to actually rezone the entire remainder of the lot? So I'm just curious to get an answer to that.
Yes, with the proposal from the charrette, the public plaza area, it was believed that the P2 uses could accommodate all of those components that were included in the charrette process. So I believe near the end of the report, it shows that split of the P2 zoning to the west and then the comprehensive zone on the east side of the property. So it's considered to be acceptable for that public plaza space. And then the contents of the farmer's market was one idea that could be incorporated into that area. And we would certainly consider those types of proposals as they come forward. And if it's established in a more permanent type of use, then if rezoning is necessary, we can take a look at that. But I believe right now those are some of the concepts, and ultimately, in following with the report, the westerly and the easterly half zonings is considered to be the most appropriate at this time.
That answer your questions, Councillor St. Pierre?
Yes, thank you.
Any other councillors wish to comment before I call the question? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion. Should I read the motion again, or no? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, or against the motion, signify by nay. Hearing none, that is passed unanimously. Thank you. Now, the second one is that council requests the applicant site to propose Souk Region Communications Health Network search and development adjacent to the Wadhams Way location within the northeast quadrant of Lot A. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
By Councillor St. Pierre has moved it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lajeunesse has seconded. Any discussion to the motion? Who's first?
I can speak to that first.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre, you have the floor.
I understand that the proponents have design consideration they'd like to address by moving the site to the center. But I think that in terms of the district's liability and its plans for the future, we have to consider, how we're going to actually develop the rest of the property. And at this point in time, we have clear staff recommendations that beginning from Wadhams Way and moving backwards makes a great deal of sense. And simply from an intuitive level, having access from the road, even for seniors, just seems to make sense. I think that having a dog park potentially nearby, parks nearby, having that access to the road is going to really help that particular development. I feel for the designers. They're going to have to go back to the drawing boards and try to figure out how to get this done, but there are ways to get it done, and I wish them well.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. Any other comments before I call the question?
Yeah, Mayor Tate,
Mayor
please.
Tate, you have the floor.
Thank you. So after receiving the applicant's delegation at our last meeting, it just gave me a bit of perspective in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. And that is to provide housing for frail seniors that is not long-term care and also a much needed drop-in center. It's also the case that going forward is making something as accessible as possible. And while the charrette takes into, there was a really good workshop there, it's always different when you actually break ground or not, when you actually get on the ground and start ground truthing as to what is there and what makes the most logistical sense. This project will be achieved through fundraising and grants. It's not a for-profit. It's not a for-profit development. There will be construction financing, but it's largely motivated by volunteers and that are really trying to accomplish a need here. What's also changed, obviously, since the charrette is that we learning more about how COVID is dramatically impacting our seniors and how we go about, long-term care and the like. So coming up with a different solution is really important, and I think we have a real opportunity here. So what I'm saying is I don't support the staff recommendation. I totally appreciate the logic, though. It's a very reasonable decision from staff. I totally get it in terms of going from Wadhams backwards into the property so that we don't have undeveloped parcels that we're cutting in half. I totally get that. But I'm just going now that it's really important to get on with the senior center, and having a lineup at the elevator just doesn't work. Even if you can fit 6 people into it, it's still up and down. It's just more challenging. I think that has also emerged then is, okay, well, what about the other third? The way the applicant is laying this out is to have obviously a section of land that could be developed. We're hearing interest. I got another call from another entity who thought we were really trying to progress seniors housing and they would like to talk to us. If that's something that we want to do, there's an option available. Or we could also look at other outstanding community needs. We know that our food bank is important and we need to find space. There's real demand on the thrift shop. I think there's other community amenities that we could look at progressing in that space. We could put out a different expression of interest. But what I think we need is an fully accessible seniors drop-in center and the housing projects. So I don't support the staff recommendation. I respect it fully. I just feel that I want to go and support the applicant in what they provided, since they're actually on the ground working the project and trying to make something work given the constraints of budget and the like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Tate. Any other comments before I speak? Councillor Bateman.
So I'm very much torn and undecided on this one. We have a case of district staff and the professionals and a much valued and respected community group with a differing opinion, and I don't think we've seen that very often in these chambers. I'd like to just run through Searchin's rationale, and I quite understand the need for this accessibility, as the mayor states. The question of easy access for mobility challenged, the Laude charrette does address this with a quote, a drop-off spot for handy dart service and personal vehicles should be incorporated in front of the proposed senior drop-in center. So that's one way in which people will be accessing the building at street level through a drop-off area. Secondly, these arguments around COVID, COVID will not last forever, I hope, and Pfizer willing. So these arguments about enclosed spaces and too much time in close proximity, this is a building that will be with us for 50 years minimum, and I would hope that we don't get locked into making decisions based on a ideally short-term pandemic. Transit service is also cited in Searchin's commentary, and our transit service is evolving. we're going to have 12,000 new hours of local service are proposed in the Souk Local Area Transit Plan, and all local routes will exchange on Wadham's Way, right in front of the front doors of this of Lot A, the eastern half. So those were my concerns, and also the nature of what this elders complex will be. There are a lot of active seniors in our community. I'm thinking it's going to be a center for 65 and up, or it could potentially be for Zoomers, 55 and up. Definitely there will be frail seniors in the mix. There will also be a lot of active seniors who need to be considered here. So those are my thoughts. And yeah, I'll await hearing further before making a decision.
Yeah, I actually have some comments on this as well. I share some of the comments by Councillor Bateman. I do support the staff in positioning of this building. As Councillor Bateman said, that the buses will eventually be routed up to Wadham's Way, and this building is not just for the frail. There's also supposed to be some youth involved in the center. I think it's very well, in fact, I'd prefer it if I was, I am a senior. You know, if somebody dropped me off, I could, right on Wadham's Way, or if I take the bus, God help me, same thing. So I think the better positioning for this complex, and I don't know the economic of why Searchin is, you know, they talk about the ease of people getting to things. Elevators move quick today, and they just put an adequate size elevator in, and I think it'll be fine. So will support the motion that it stay on the Wadham's Way, and for the reasons that have been stated. Any other comments from any other councillors? Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion as well, just because of exactly what staff has proposed, is that a building can be designed to suit the site, and we will have transit service to the front doors, and I don't see access being a problem.
Thank you. Any other comments from council?
Yes, I'm curious as to whether or not any of the proponents are available for questions.
Yes, I'm getting a nod that there is. Is Ms. Dunn available for answering questions? Yeah. Just a sec. So Councillor St. Pierre, you have a question for Ms. Dunn?
Yes, I do. Based on Mayor Tate's comments, I am wanting to be careful. It's possible that my assumption that, you know, it'd be simple to overcome the design issues is over-eager and, you know, easy to pass on to someone else. So I was wondering if Ms. Dunn might be able to comment on, for example, there were suggestions that it might be possible to add an extra floor. Would that be extraordinarily difficult? Is it something that Searchin is willing to consider? Exactly what would the request, or what would moving their design site to Wadham's Way mean in terms of potential costs and difficulties? What are the consequences for them? Because I'd like to be clear on what we're deciding.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. So it would require us to do a full redesign of the building. We would have to take into consideration, although, you know, there is the drop-off spot, there's the increased transit and the walkability. We do, in our work with seniors to date, what we have found is that most of them do drive. So in wanting to make this accessible to the entire community, we wanted to allow that opportunity for people that are driving to be able to access at level. So in moving it to Wadham's Way, we have to do a full redesign, and we may in fact have to put the senior center on the lower floor, which would lose the under building parking, and it would either lose us some apartments, or it would require us to put an extra floor of apartments in to maintain our numbers for BC Housing.
Thank you.
answer your question, Councillor St. Pierre?
Yes.
Any other questions or comments from council?
I'll just comment, Councillor Beddows, it's Ebony Logan.
Go ahead, Councillor Logans.
I do think there may have been a bit of miscommunication through perhaps the charrette process, but there was always, sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. There was always the desire to have the frontage of this building on Wadham's Way, and that was discussed throughout the process. So the fact that this would require a redesign is a bit frustrating to me because I think that's the way it always should have been designed. So I'm in favor of the motion. I'll be supporting it as well.
Thank you very much. And any other comments before I call the question?
I just have a
Mayor Tate comment, first, Council. And then go ahead, Mayor Tate.
Thank you. No, I totally appreciate what everyone is saying. It's just when I look at the charrette document, I'm looking at page 23, phase 1 design elements. It shows where our library is in this particular rendering. And I know they're just rendering, but this is where it gets confusing. Here it shows parking located along Wadham's Way and the adjacent property and the building storage and services room in a different spot. And then it sort of shows, and I get it, like this is just a concept where things are, but that's why for me, like once we actually get on the site and start developing the property, more things come known in terms of what makes the most logical sense when you move into the actual development of the lands. So that's where, you know, I think you could look at the charrette document because that's what I'm looking at, and it would depict something different than what is being recommended here today. And that's why also just want to see the applicant be successful in their project. I totally appreciate that COVID and the pandemic will be over, but there will be a lot of learning as we go in terms of what our community will need to consider, and even how healthcare is being delivered. It's completely different and it will evolve. And I think that's good because that's progress. So all things come to an end, but there's hopefully wisdom that comes along with that. But my point here is I still support the applicant and their decision as they're the ones developing the site, though I totally respect where our staff is coming from. This is just where we agree to disagree. Thank you.
Okay, staff. You go ahead, Councillor Bateman. No, you're Councillor. You go first.
Okay, I just wanted, with my second comment, note that as a member of the Age-Friendly Committee, I'm well aware that the Searchin and Ms. Panalski and this group are absolutely capable and able to execute this project in either of the potential locations here. I think it's important to remember that this has been a 15-year process to get us to this point, and now we're down to a matter of siting on the site. So I think we've made some fantastic progress, and whichever way this vote goes, I think, and the next part of this motion, the question of $50,000, will be utilized to help you move forward. Thank you.
Okay, our CAO would comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to Mayor Tate's comments, page 17 of the charrette report, if I could read.
Go ahead.
The northeast quadrant has been conceived of a 4 to 6 story building with approximately 10,500 square meters of total floor space. It would be anticipated to be a 1-story concrete podium base with the remaining levels built on top as a wood frame assembly. The site has a natural slope in the grade elevation of about 4 meters from Wadham's Way into the site. The building would take advantage of this allocation change to have ground level access from Wadham's Way to the proposed senior center on level 2, as well as at-grade access for a youth center multi-purpose space on level 1. This also creates public plaza areas on both levels of the building.
Thank you. I think unless anybody else, so Councillor Lozernest, you haven't had a chance to speak, but go ahead.
Yeah, I've said before that I would like us to move away from having parking lots line our streetscapes. I think having building fronts lining the street frontages is a much more aesthetically pleasing feature of the town.
Okay, so it's been so long. Did we have a motion and a seconder? Okay, we did. Thank you very much for that refreshment. So we have a motion and we have a seconder that council requests the applicant cite the proposed Souk Regional Communities Health Network search and development adjacent to Wadham's Way located with the northeast quadrant of Lot A. All those against say nay.
Mayor Tate opposed. Thank you.
Hearing one nay, that means it has passed. So thank you very much, everybody, for kicking that one around. Now, the last one is that council endorsed a second withdrawal from the Souk Seniors Youth Center Reserve Fund in the amount of $50,000 to Souk Regional Community Health Network. And I guess I need some direction from staff on this one, as I don't know what they're using the money for. Is it seniors, youth, or the overall, the whole building? I need to know that. Who's going to field that one from staff?
Sorry, I'm just seeing if if it was included in the package. There was a well-defined documentation or itemization of the items that are required for the $50,000.
Mr. McInnes, I have the information from the report.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the request is to facilitate the site surveying, preliminary civil work, to engage an architect and landscape architect to complete the design drawings for the development permit process. And part of that communication, they've already begun soliciting consultant cost estimates for that work.
But again, a clarification, they're asking for that money to come out from the Seniors Youth Center Reserve Fund. That is a pretty, in the previous discussions, that's a pretty limited fund of what it can be used for. Maybe our CAO make a comment?
Everything that's on that itemized list would fit the criteria of the reserve, with the caveat that the overarching requirement is that this is for a youth and senior center. So we do know that we funded a $5,000 piece of work on the youth end. We haven't had reporting back from Searchin on what's happening with the youth piece.
Okay, I guess to me, I would like to know what has been spent. I know it doesn't correlate with me when it comes to, you know, your landscaping and site setting, and the drop-in center, the senior center and the youth center is just a small portion of this overall development. Is there other monies that do not come into effect for site development and survey and grounds keeping stuff, which was mentioned? I'm a little confused.
I'm sorry, is the question, are there other revenue streams that Searchin is relying on for this work?
Yes, please.
I'll defer to Ms. Dunn, but I don't believe that that's the case at this point. There is a bunch of work required on the front end, as we have relayed to council when we first brought this proposal forward, that needs to be done to put them in any sort of position to make any grant applications. But Mr. Chairman, I'll ask if Ms. Dunn wants to add any other comments.
Ms. Dunn, could you comment on that, please, as to, you know, what have you spent so far, especially on the youth side of things, and where we are with this, an extra $50,000 that's coming out of a very specific budget. So I just need some clarification.
Yes, thank you. So it is, as Mr. McInnes just said, you know, the amount of work, the civil, the site surveys, the development permit applications is all heavy on the front end of this. This is all getting us prepared to also put in the application for the BC Housing which is due the end of December. And once that application is in, then it will be giving us a lot more access to money and will be also subsidizing the costs of the senior center. We currently just recently got notice that we have received some seed funding from CMHC. So we just received 21,000 from them that is also going towards getting the development process in place, the development permit in place, and the applications for BC Housing in place. In answer to the question around the youth survey, we completed the feasibility study of the youth survey, and there was a lot of interest in doing intergenerational work. There was a lot of interest in shared space in the building. There were no current organizations that offer youth services that would be able to manage independent space. But lots of interest in doing shared space and youth work. We are now in the process of doing the youth consultation that has been delayed because of COVID. And we are just hung up a little bit right now dealing with the school district and being able to get in and doing some surveys and some work with the students and working out the process for that to happen. It's still in process.
So the idea, from just trying to get it clear in my mind, that this senior space and the youth space will be a shared space as opposed to two separate uses in that floor, for instance?
Correct. That's the feedback we've gotten from all the agencies currently providing services, is they don't support independent space, but they really would like to have access to shared space.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions or comments? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I'd like to move that council authorize a second draw from the Senior Youth Center Reserve Fund in the amount of $50,000 to Sauk Region Communities Health Network.
I'll second that.
I'll just note that given our previous motion to reject their working documents, they will need to get back to the drawing board and do this quickly. So I think it behooves us to support them to the best of our ability.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other councillors? Okay, hearing none. All those against this motion signify by nay. Hearing none, that is passed unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to call a 2-minute break. Have a break. We're all ready to go again? Mask on? My God. Okay, the next order of business is 11.4, Special Service Hybrid All-Wheel Drive SUV Procurement. I assume the chief is there. He's going to speak to this, so. Go ahead.
Good evening, Your Worship, Chair and Council. This is a recommendation for Council to approve Suburban Motors as the successful proponent under the RFP for the purchase of the Special Service Hybrid SUV. The need to replace Unit 211 has been identified in several previous reports. Council has already approved the replacement of Unit 211 in the 2020-2024 5-year financial plan bylaw. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, emergency vehicle manufacturing has been impacted with the 2020 model availability. Thus, this report is coming forward to Council now. 2021 models are available and we expect 2021 delivery. As per Council's goal to show vision and demonstrate leadership in climate action, this vehicle is being specified with an environmentally friendly hybrid engine option. This cost of the hybrid option is about $7,000 more than originally budgeted. Thus, equipping the emergency vehicle lights and sirens and interior configuration would be done in the 2021 critical equipment budget. With this new unit, we expect maintenance costs over the next 5 years to be reduced considerably, and the savings in fuel over the next 10 to 15 years to be considerably less. Currently, Unit 211 fuel costs are roughly estimated during heavy use to be about $2.5K in heavy use annually. All the small utility trucks have been looked at in depth within the long-term apparatus plan, and Unit 211 is the final one due for replacement. A reduction of its classification in the plan from a light-duty pickup truck to an SUV was done in an effort to save costs, reduce budget, provide a more fuel-efficient option, and of course produce less emissions. Unit 211 can be reallocated by the district to the district operations or bylaw department for 2021, or it can be disposed of through policy. We estimate the used value of this in its current state is about $10,000 to $14,000. The cost for approving this is being funded from the Fire Equipment Reserve and the Capital Asset Replacement Funds. This procurement would hit the strategic relevance by showing that we are managing assets responsibly, planning for green infrastructure, improving ourselves for community preparedness, and looking at decision-making through a green lens. This concludes my report, and I'll take any questions if necessary.
Thank you very much. Chief, is there any questions for the chief?
Yes, I have a question for the chief, if possible.
Councillor St. Pierre, you have the floor.
Chief, I was happy to hear about the hybrid for sure. I'm just curious about, you said it was that the fuel costs were about 2.5K with heavy usage per year. With a hybrid, I know that you're still buying a certain amount of fuel. Do you have any idea of what the return on investment on the 7,000? Because it's sure a lot easier to do climate work when it pays for itself. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, so if we're looking at about $2,000, $2,500 annually in fuel costs, over about 3 years, we're getting close to $7,000 as far as the hybrid engine goes. Going down a class to a more fuel efficient vehicle, we're probably going to be spending maybe, $50 a month in fuel. So looking at, anywhere from 5 to, 6, 7 year, depending on how much we drive it, is where we actually see, a return on investment. So probably looking at a quarter to a third in its service life will have paid for that motor.
That's good news. Thank you very much.
Is there any other question for the chief? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and to Captain McRae as he continues to keep the fleet evolving and modernized. I believe you'll be taking a break next year, but the year after we'll be seeing, Engine 204 will be the next big purchase. Is that correct?
Yeah, currently I've been reviewing in depth the long-term apparatus plan. Been having lots of conversations with the fire underwriter survey. So we do have nothing in the 2021 budget as far as apparatus goes. Now that we have a volunteer mechanic that has quite a big skill level, he'll be supporting myself and Captain McCrae at looking at the condition indexing of our fleet. I'm looking to try and achieve the longest type of life that we can get with our fleet, and Unit 204 is a used unit and has had considerable downtime. We're looking to put it down to Station 2 as well, and right now in our you'll see in the capital plan is to bring that forward in likely 2022 or 2023 if I can push it on, depending reliability.
Any other questions for the chief?
Yes, Chair Beddows, I just have a
Go
question
ahead, Mayor
or
Tate.
comment. Thank you. It's not, it could be for the chief or just to our CAO, is in terms of this vehicle here, or not the new one, but the R1, Unit 211. My understanding is while this is scheduled, while we're replacing this, it has mechanical reliability issues. So in here, in the report, it does consider reallocation for district bylaw or district operations staff or disposal. So just as you contemplate that, it's just if the vehicle isn't reliable, it would likely be best to, I'm sort of promoting disposal so that we don't have a vehicle on our fleet that does have maintenance issues, because then it'll just be another staff member with the same problems, and then it may need more mechanical repair, in which case we're just sort of throwing good money after a bad vehicle that we should actually just dispose of and consider something different. So it's more, I just don't want to have another staff member also just stuck with something that isn't reliable.
I'm not sure who that was directed at, the chief or the CAO.
Not really a question, it's just just something to contemplate.
I'd like to hear somebody comment on it. How unreliable was it? So chief, maybe you could enlighten us.
I can comment on it. Our original intention when we were looking at replacing this unit a couple years ago is when the bylaw department was part of community safety. So there's definitely a different need as far as reliability and the need for vehicles not to have significant downtime when they're in an emergency service use. So we are looking at a kind of a prudent thing to do if it could have an extended life as far as supporting a second bylaw officer at the time, and this was 2 years ago there. So it doesn't meet our needs as far as reliability for emergency vehicle use, but perhaps it has the potential of another few years of life if it wasn't in an emergency setting. That's how we were looking at it in the past.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments?
I'd like to move the motion.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a seconder that council approve the Suburban Motors as a successful proponent under the request for proposals, RFP, for the purchase of a special service hybrid all-wheel drive SUV in the amount of $60,709.60. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against signify by nay. Hearing none, that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Next order of business, bylaws, zoning amendment, bylaw number 791-680-200-2182 Church Road, supplementary report. And I guess that's from the CAO. You're going to report back to us.
Actually, this is from our Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Paolo.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen here. All right. So before you on the screen are the four clarification points that staff had requested from council following the discussion on this application from the October 13th council meeting. Those matters were concerning the affordable housing contribution, increased park space for the public, Bottoms Way vehicular access, as well as the provision of childcare on that site. So starting with the first one, the affordable housing piece, The 10% requirement for affordable housing in the OCP section has been satisfied with the registered covenant that was on the property, and the original rezoning amount of $1,000 per unit has been corrected to a total value of $133,000. Previously, the amount was indicated as $130,000. 59% of the proposed development is in the form of a multifamily residential use, which exceeds the minimum 25% requirement that the OCP stipulates in the housing policy section. And lastly, no density increases have been proposed from the original rezoning, so there's no changes being proposed to the affordable housing contribution piece. Essentially, what this rezoning is looking at is the alteration of the site itself in terms of the use allocation and road layouts, and ultimately keeping with that 133 units for the site. The next piece is the increased park space for public use. There was discussion about, excuse me, how that could be expanded on the site, and discussion took place regarding the strata portions of the proposal, and indicated here in red on the picture is showing the children's play area to the bottom portion, and then to the top a more pocket park area that would be secured through a statutory right-of-way that would indicate to the public that they could use this area legally, in addition to having signage posted indicating the same. As well, the public use of the strata green space does not count towards the overall 5% parkland dedication requirement, so the developer is still to pay the cash in lieu amount remaining, which is the balance of being 2.5% of parkland. The public dog park is 2.5% of the overall site, and the outdoor space now in total for available public use increases from the 2.5 to 4.57 overall, with that 2.5% cash dedication as well. So an overall increase for public access and use. This picture just shows you a little bit more about what that park space would look like. So we've had discussions with the applicant about accessible public park design, and just where the cursor is on the screen here, you can see that park area, what that would conceptually look like for use by the public. So play structure for children, and then court area to the back, along with that statutory right-of-way being secured so they could actually access the site all the way up from that access point here on the screen with the cursor, going all the way north, across the proposed road, and directly into that park space area. So good connectivity from the site going from Wadham's Way north, or additionally from Church going west towards the park area and accessing it here. Now, there was discussion regarding the Wadham's Way vehicular access concerns, and so staff maintained the position that they support the findings of the TIA, and that an additional access would not be appropriate. The second access would create little to no effect on the projected level of service at the Souk and Church intersection. That the access would create additional conflict points with pedestrians and vehicles along Wadham's Way. It would also increase vehicle delay created along Wadham's Way and possible east-west vehicle conflicts. And lastly, in the case of an emergency, the bollards can easily be removed to allow for a second egress. So there can still be that access point with those bollards. Lastly, the piece on the childcare component. The developer has taken a look at the site itself, and at this time is not considering the incorporation of a childcare facility, as the requirement was not in place and necessary with the current density and zoning for the property, and that there is also no currently standing district policy requiring that contribution. Further to that, the applicant has discussed with staff how childcare could be addressed within the community, and has indicated that they are willing to explore the matter further with staff at a future alternative location as part of a more comprehensive rezoning process that could take this into consideration at the initial onset. As shown in the past presentation, this is the overall concept for that area. As we had discussed in the previous meeting, there would be the cash in lieu towards the design construction of this roof roundabout, as well as the connection pieces throughout the area with signalized crosswalk. So a lot of this design will remain. However, as I discussed with the access to the through the park space, again with the cursor on this picture that's zoomed in a little bit more, you can see the pedestrian trail access leading directly into this strata portion of the park area that would also have the right of way for public access use. Now, I'll also just quickly touch on some of the comments regarding density for this site and roughly what the layout would look like. So this is a rendering of what a small lot backyard would look like. So you can see that there is space in this area for use by the homeowners. And this one shows a kids play area and a garden in this location, as well as another kids area here and patio space in the rear yard. And then for the front yard, the covered patio or front porch area, a bit of a lawn portion, and then walkway out to a gated area with the fence and access directly onto Church Road. So there would still be a bit of yard space to enjoy as part of this, as well as now those park space areas being open for accessible use by the public. Here's a rendering of the entry to the development from the Church Road location. So a little bit better visualization of what that front yard area could look like, the fencing and access directly into the properties. So based on those points that council wishes to get further clarification on and the discussions that we've had with the applicant, that's currently what's being put forward from the applicant with this proposal. And the request would now be to move forward with those recommendations, that second reading be given to bylaw, and that we be able to proceed scheduling a public hearing, and that the council would accept approximately 1,025 square meters of parkland dedication, except the cash in lieu for the remainder amount of the required 5% parkland dedication. And then ultimately, prior to final adoption of the zoning bylaw amendment, that we enter into a section 219 covenant to address those matters that need to be registered on title. And with that, that concludes my presentation. The applicants, I believe, are still in attendance on this call should you have further questions for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulo. Okay, I'd like to discuss this before a motion. Is that, I guess we can, eh? Any questions or discussion for our staff or the developers?
I have some questions. Councillor Logans.
Councillor Logans, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. I have a question about the park dedication near Throop Road, which is where the roundabout is going to be. How much of that park dedication is going to be turned into a roundabout? Because it's my understanding that a chunk of that is going to be cut away for the roundabout.
I believe what you're referring to is the actual land dedication for the roundabout, and that the park dedication is the piece for the off-leash dog park that would be located in the southeast portion. So if I'm understanding correctly, there's actually two different dedication pieces, one for land dedication towards the roundabout design, and then the parkland dedication, which is located in the southeast corner.
Okay, thank you. And I do have another question for the chair's staff. Regarding the pedestrian trail to Wadham's Way. I just found it a bit odd because there's a sidewalk there. Is that where this crosswalk going to be placed, or is there plans to put a sidewalk there? Like, where is that trail going?
Staff, you able to answer that question?
Sorry, I was getting a bit of feedback. I was just trying to determine the question. So are you asking the question about the crosswalk within the site itself? Is that the question?
No, I was basically asking where the pedestrian trail is actually going, because it goes to nowhere, it looks like. I'm not sure if there's a plan for a sidewalk or a crosswalk on Wadhams in that area.
Yes, there would be a trail along Wadhams Way, so users could walk along Wadhams, and then from that trail system directly enter the pedestrian trail system to go further into the site north towards the now public use Strata.
Okay, so when is that trail on Wadhams going to be put in? Is that like in conjunction with this development, or is it another time?
I would have to take a look at the, I don't have the specific development permit pieces in front of me right now. They have submitted that concurrently as well. So I can't confirm at this time the improvements to that portion, but also in discussions with our operations department, I know that there are certain improvements that we're looking along that area, but I'd have to take a look at the development permit application to see what requirements we are requiring at the engineering level.
Does the applicant know the answer to that question?
Yeah, I'm happy to hop in. It's Luke Ramsey here for Aragon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so if I understand the question correctly, it's about the Wadhams Way multi-use pathway that is part of the development permit. And so, yes, Aragon will be building that multi-use pathway and also constructing a crosswalk right at, I believe it's Anna Maria Road, allow pedestrians coming from Lot 8, for example, or the downtown to use the crosswalk, get onto that multi-use pathway, and then connect into the development or to any of the other pathways, such as the one along Church Road.
Awesome. Thank you for answering that. That takes care of it. And then just one comment that I'm sure other councillors will bring up as well, but the parking looks terrifying, and I'm sure it's going to be a complete disaster. All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time? I have lots, but I'll wait till somebody else.
Okay, I'll get started. So likely and rightly, this will be going to a public hearing where we can delve into this at great depth with public engagement. I think it's important to recognize this zoning was approved in 2016. And thank you to staff for addressing our concerns from the earlier meeting. So yeah, I have a couple of questions for the applicant, if I may. Yeah, so let's talk about the parking. I confess to being a bit mystified by this number of parking stalls, 352, when our zoning bylaw calls for 225. You will have 31 on-street stalls, which would theoretically cover visitor parking. Why so many parking spots?
So Luke Ramsey again, happy to answer that. So the number of parking stalls was partly a request from staff in that, so each of the single family homes has 2 parking stalls. There's a 2-car garage. And then each of the townhouses, there's 2 different townhouse unit types, and the majority of the unit types have a 2-car garage, and then some of the other unit types have a single-car garage. Now, there's also parking in the driveway, so it's a 20-foot long driveway that allows, for the townhouses, that allows a car to park there. So that is why the parking bylaw is increased
like the number of spots is increased above what you see in the parking bylaw. And it was a comment early on from staff, in particular for the townhouses, to try and accommodate more parking, because from what we've heard from other developments in the area, the people don't, oftentimes, like it or not, people don't tend to use their garages for their cars, you know? And so we want to avoid people parking on these streets. And if we can allow them space to park in their driveway, it makes it for a little bit less cluttered. So that is why we opted to do what you might call like a 2-in, 1-out, or a 1-in, 1-out type of parking for the townhouses.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Yes, because people definitely do fill up their garages, lack of storage space. I was wondering about level 2 EV chargers, electric vehicle chargers. Will those be standard in all your units?
Yes, they will. We are actually one of the first developers in BC to offer 100% EV to our homes, and that's been on our last 3 developments, where each unit came with its own smart charger on a load sharing system, which allowed us to reduce the amount of total electricity capacity to the building, but still offer everybody in the buildings a level 2 charger. So that's something that we are offering, and we think it's very important moving forward.
Well, that's good news. What about guidelines, residency guidelines for boats, RVs, and work vehicles?
I may have to defer to staff for this question, because I suppose it's not something that we have spent a great deal of time thinking about. But I imagine that there's some concern from council for that.
Well, it's just a thought I've had that we are in Souk. People do have these things. Obviously not ideal in a scenario such as yours, but it can be an issue. And I know in some developments there are dedicated boat RV parking lots within developments. But thank you for that answer. And finally, I'd like to just vis-a-vis the letters we've received about the riparian area, and that the 2016 report definitely dealt with water flow through Creek, however, it did not address amphibian issues. Do you have any thoughts on that to the applicant?
Yeah, so I did see the letters, and while I can't speak each individual concern from these letters, I can walk you through a little bit of our process so far, and how we ended up with what we have today. So early on, we hired a registered professional biologist as a consultant to assess the riparian conditions on the site. And the biologist put together a report which outlines the current conditions on the site and makes recommendations to design and ensure proper riparian procedures are followed. And in order to make this assessment, he made several site visits. He met with an officer from the Water Sustainability Act, and at which time they determined that there were ditches on the site, but these ditches didn't constitute water courses. So as a result of that, the design need to accomplish 2 primary factors. Number one, as you've alluded to, the quantity and quality of stormwater coming off the site flowing to through stream would be the same post-development as it is today. And number 2, that seasonal wetlands on the site be replaced with vegetated swales that will in time give local critters the opportunity to populate these swales. So what we're doing is we're taking the total volume of water and controlling it, how much is leaving the site, and we're taking the total area of this wetland and reorienting it into these swales to allow in time opportunities for local critters to come back. And the truth is that this property will fundamentally change if the subdivision is approved. and that can't be avoided. And for our neighbors who look into an open field there now, this change may feel uncomfortable, but it's our intention to replace the riparian habitat on the property with vegetated swales that can serve as seasonal wetlands to recover, to give time for the critters to recover and populate these swales.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Yes, I'd like to make a few comments if possible.
Councillor St. Pierre, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that as someone who considers food security and farmland pretty critical to our future, whenever we're developing farmlands or potentially damaging ecosystems, it's kind of hard to take. But this is in response to the letters that we received. I'd like to point out that the district doesn't have the legal right or the tools to prevent land from being developed. It's actually not our job to do so. And in this particular case, in 2016, we got some agreements that basically allow this land to be developed. At this point, we have some extraordinarily good ideas going into this particular development to mitigate some of the impacts, to provide the community with a great number of benefits. We, as council and the district, have a choice to make in terms of whether or not we want to work with developers and realize the vision of our community in the OCP and what we all want, or make it really hard for them, in which case they can simply clear cut and try to not lose their shirts because they've got a lot of money invested. This is more or less to explain in some ways what this process looks like, because even though we would all like to keep our ecosystems intact everywhere, it's simply not within the OCP, within our vision, within the community possible. And we don't have the right to do so. So just a little comment as far as that goes. In terms of affordable housing, I think we really should be encouraging this type of affordable housing. I think our policy, instead of taking money at the door or money per door, should be looking at encouraging a lot of different price points, because the district is also not in the business of building affordable housing, and no matter how much money we collect, it's not going to be enough. The money we collect should really be an incentive for developers such as this one to actually build housing at different price points, and this is what they've done. I'll be very interested to see what this particular development could look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. Any other comments? I guess it's my turn now. Thank you very much. All right. As you're probably aware, that I was not very happy with this proposal when it first came before us. I've done a little bit of research, and others have said it too, that CD 14 was approved in 2016 and laid down a lot of conditions of what we're dealing with today. So unfortunately, that ship has almost sailed. The density in 216 and some of the changes they've asked for in the zoning, it does not affect the overall zoning. I'm not exactly happy with it, but that's just a fact of life. Now, some of the things that I were very much objected to was the reduction of park and playground areas from what was proposed in 216 to what is now. Staff has gone away and worked with the developer, and there's been a trade-off. They're putting more land, designated park and open to the public. They have dedicated 10,000 square meters or something of, I think it's 1,000 or 10, I can't remember. Anyways, a chunk of park land is going to be traded off. So I'm feeling a little bit better about that. The 5%, to 2.5% for parkland, I understand now it rolls off at 4.57 is the park dedication, and there's going to be some cash in lieu. Well, that's a step in the right direction too. The one that bothers me a great deal was the lot size from 300 square meters to 250. I looked at the and they were up on the page there, the two sizes, the 350 and the 250. They're wholly inadequate. I understand there's a need for small accommodation, but we're also in climate emergency, and you can barely grow a tree or a turnip on these lots when they're that small. And we're also in the food emergency and food security, and encouraging people to grow food. There's no opportunity in these little places to grow food, but other than maybe a pot. This year I put a garden in at 10 feet by 10 feet, and I got a lot of really good things out of it. So I'm very disappointed in the size of those lots. But with the overall density unchanged, and the fact that they can always go back to 350 square meters if they didn't get this change, it's not going to make a big enough change to make me happy. 1,000 per door for affordable housing, maximum 130,000. That's been explained. That was something that we locked into 4 years ago in the development, and the developer has since worked his whole plans on that amount of money. I think in today's world, and this council has made it clear that we want more than $1,000 a door, but in order for us to go back and change things that were already agreed to in 2016 would be totally unfair. So I'm happy to see some of those issues that I raised were addressed, and addressed in a very positive way. I'm not exactly ecstatic with those small lots, but I guess time will tell. And the traffic, of course, that's a big bugaboo, but we have a big problem there with traffic congestion for a number of projects, and we have some initiatives that look after that. So I'm prepared to move ahead to public hearing on this matter.
I have one final comment for you, Chair, Councillor Beddows.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor Logans.
Thank you. This is a really hard development to support for many reasons, most of which were addressed by Councillor Beddows, Councillor Bateman as well. I think the community is going to have a lot to say about it. I do support it going ahead to a public hearing, but I don't know how much I'll support it after that. I'm keeping an open mind, and I will, I think, vote against this motion to sort of support the people in the community I know who don't support this going ahead. I'm sure it will still, and I think we do need to have that public discussion on it, but I just want to make sure those people are represented. And I think, I really hope that the applicant is willing to make some changes after the public hearing. I think there's going to be a lot that needs to be rejigged. It's just the strangest thing to me, like in the past years that I've been on council, this development doesn't make any sense compared to many of the others that have come before us. And it's just things like those really small micro lots with strange garages in front. It makes no sense that there's no parking anywhere, and all of the streets are small except one. So, I mean, it's great to see that there are a lot of small things that are being done and adjusted to make it work. I really do appreciate that, because it does take a lot of work on behalf or on the part of the applicant. I'm not certain how much it's going to help you when the community has their say.
Thank you. Any other comments from council?
Just a brief comment, Chair. It's Mayor Tate here.
Mayor Tate, you have the floor.
Just wanted to thank staff for just hearing council's concerns at the last meeting and to find an avenue to bring this forward. So I am in support of the staff recommendations. And so a question to staff: do all of these need to be read out and debated individually on the recommendations, or can it be moved in a block?
They could certainly be moved in a block if council is in favor of all of them.
Okay, just cognizant of the time, so I'm going to test a motion here, and that would be that council move the ISO move the block of staff recommendations on as noted in front of us.
Seconded.
We have a motion by Mayor Tate and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre that we move all these together. I think they're pretty straightforward. And then I guess that also proceeds to a public hearing. So any objections to that motion and that seconder?
Just clarification. The motion I heard Mayor Tate say is that she's basically reading all of these motions and we're voting on them now. But then hearing Councillor Beddows, it sounded like he thought there was a motion to move these in a block. Can we have clarification?
I thought I was one and the same thing, so I'm a little confused. We want all those that's, and there's 5 of them. We're just going to move them all together under one motion. That's my understanding of it.
In this motion, yes. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a seconder. Any other discussion to the motion? Hearing none. All those against signify by nay.
Opposed, Ebony Logans.
Ebony is opposed. That's the only one. That motion is passed. So all those have passed. Thank you. Next order of business 12.2, blasting regulations, amendment bylaw number 798, 72-3-2020. That council give first and third readings to this bylaw cited blasting regulation amendment 798, 73-3-2020. So staff give a report on that, I think, first.
Thank you, Chair Beddows. The report was brought forward just because we've had a conflict between the district's noise control bylaw and the blasting regulation bylaw, in which the times for permitted blasting is different. So we're just going to rectify the situation easily by removing Schedule A and B from the blasting regulation bylaw. And this is starting to become a best practice for local government and to exclude applications so that the forms or examples of permits from bylaws can be changed in accordance over time.
Okay, that's so we just need someone. Councillor Bateman has moved that council give first, second, third reading. So it's stated there. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Lajeunesse. Give me a long night, I'm sorry. Mayor, don't get sick again, all right? Okay, is there any discussion to the motion?
Yeah, I'll just
Bateman.
Yeah, I'll just mention. So the blasting permit regulation states 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. So that's just, and if anyone does hear blasting outside of that time period, they are to notify the district. That's correct.
Okay. So the actual Schedule B says that the blasting hours is between 8 and 4, and our noise bylaw says it cannot occur before 7 a.m. or after 5 p.m. So blasting can actually occur between 7 and 5 p.m.
However, the blasting permit regulation, which seemingly trumps usurps the the bylaw, it says 8 a.m. to 4:30, I think, or
Yeah.
4.
So this bylaw will actually remove Schedule A and B, which will remove that part that states that it's between 8 and 4:30. And it'll just be pointing towards our noise bylaw, which has it between 7 and 5.
All right.
So the bottom line, we're going to 7 to 5. That's
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
Well, that's too bad, but there you go. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a seconder. Any other discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against signify by saying nay.
Nay, opposed, Councillor Logans.
Councillor Logans has opposed that. It's only one, so that has passed. Thank you. Next one. 12.3, draft 2021-25 five-year financial plan that council give first reading to the bylaw cited as five-year financial plan bylaw number 799-2020.
Thank you.
Ms. Gray.
Just before I get started, in the interest of time, Councillor Beddows, I don't know if you wanted to do your Remembrance Day thing, or do you want to wait? It's 10:30. 10:33. That's fine. Sorry, I just.
Thank you for the, rather than miss it, I'd like to deal with it now. For those that are still watching, and I'm sure there's hundreds in Souk that are still watching this, we as council normally take part in the Remembrance Day ceremonies, and unfortunately this year because of COVID we're unable to do that. So I think it's only fitting that we take a minute of silence here today to honor those that fought in the wars to keep us in a democracy that we're in. So I'd like to observe 1 minute of silence, please. Okay, thank you everybody for that. I think it's a very important gesture to send out to our veterans that are out there. Now is five-year financial plan, and Ms. Gray.
Thank you. Do you have the PowerPoint ready? Again, in the interest of time, I will go quickly through my earlier slides in this presentation and get to the more interesting stuff I'm going to address. I don't even know if anyone's on YouTube watching, but I'm happy to give any member of the public an update on the budget process at any time. If they want to know all the reasons why we do it. Okay. Okay, so we're here today to talk about the first draft in front of you of the 2021 to 2025 five-year financial plan. So just a quick overview of where we are today. So today is November 9th, and this is the regular council meeting where you are seeing the first draft of the financial plan bylaw. And the goal, hopefully at the end of this meeting, is just to get council to give first reading to this bylaw. And then the next step would be, if warranted, we can have a more fulsome discussion at the November 16th Committee of the Whole meeting, tentatively scheduled for 1 o'clock on Monday, November 16th. And after that meeting, any suggested changes, I guess, will be recommended by council, and can be incorporated into future drafts of the budget, with the ultimate goal to get the budget adopted by January 11th, at the January 11th council meeting. Okay, as I stated before, there's various legislation, federal, provincial, and local, that provide direction and guidance onto how municipal budgeting needs to occur. And, you know, as far as for local governments, the big pieces to keep in mind are we must adopt a 5-year financial plan bylaw before the property tax rate bylaw, and and has to happen before May 15th. We must include public consultation before adopting. It must not show a deficit. And once adopted, the budget is considered approved and will form the basis of the annual financial audit. So just a bit on the cost drivers. This is kind of a similar slide to last year, and really it's the same kind of messaging. Is just our cost drivers are around population growth. Growth, of course, impacts all levels of service. Historically, low taxes have just kind of hindered how well we've been able to save for future infrastructure improvements, et cetera. Just going from 2012 to 2020, the average property tax increase, if you average them out, was approximately 2% a year. So, you know, which kind of funds inflation for the most part. And if we wanted to fund bigger infrastructure projects and adequately fund reserves, that was just kind of a missed opportunity potentially. And as well, call volume. More residents means more calls for service, means more staff and potentially contractors out there repairing anything in the community. I'll just kind of briefly touch on revenues and expenses. Revenue sources are property taxes, our sewer parcel tax, fees and charges for service, development cost charges, transfers or grants from other governments. And for expenses, there are departmental expenses, debt expenses, capital, and transfers to reserves. Just a quick snapshot. I know these don't always show up the best on here, but we can post this pie chart on our website. It's just a breakdown of where the property taxes are going by department. And I can just do a slide on this when it gets closer to a final draft to kind of do a comparison for our website and other communications, just to kind of compare 2020 against 2021 as well. So then just kind of touching on the slide that was included in the service plan review. So just wanted to kind of reaffirm and highlight that when developing this budget, basically the main overarching goal was to achieve council's strategic plan goals, incorporating in citizen budget results as appropriate, as applicable, department requests, and the service level review meeting. I see I didn't change the footer. That was on October 21st. Council could have had the opportunity to provide direction on any other additions or changes to service levels they wanted to be included in the first draft. So based on that, there was no specific service level changes requested by council at the special council meeting earlier at the end of October there. So what's been included is some staffing requests, as well as council requested that we include the departmental requests in the first draft of the budget, which is what you have in front of you. So as far as for staffing goes, there's 3 positions being added into 2021, and I'll get into detail on that in just a second here. Service level requests, as I said, council just made the request to include the departmental requests and no further additions to the budget for 2021 to 2025. Outside agency and department requests, so you'll see in front of you there's a consideration for adding the Chamber of Commerce as a service agreement, as that current one expires at the end of this year. And then just to highlight that, you know, this budget was built around the official community plan work. Obviously that's just currently underway, but the strategic plan and the transportation and parks trails master plans have been used to come up with recommendations for the proposed budget. Quickly touch on some risks. So COVID impact, obviously unknown impact to the community and district operations for 2021. As you'll see in the budget, there is a grant we have received from the province, the COVID Safe Restart Grant for approximately 2.9 million, which is a great news for the District of Sauk. And there is some specific limitations on what we're allowed to spend these funds on. So we just need to be careful and make sure we're spending these funds in the right areas. Risk is just kind of carrying forward from last year, is just the building condition assessment here. You'll see in the budget there's a significant ask to undertake a couple major repairs to District Hall in 2021. Reserves, again, are heavily relied on to fund projects. And more information will be coming to Council in 2021 on this with the asset management policy. Will kind of nicely tie into some recommendations of potential changes to reserves. So that's anticipated to be put in front of Council either near the end of this year or definitely early into 2021 as far as specific reserve recommendations. Sewer capacity is always a risk. Capital costs required to maintain the existing system are increasing. We've just undertaken a new piece of equipment, a centrifuge addition to the treatment plant, which is being installed right now, which is great news. And the ability to keep the current one on site as a backup for emergencies is a nice thing. And as well as to help alleviate these sewer capacity concerns, an expansion grant was applied for in 2020. So staff hope to hear in 2021 here if we were successful in that grant. And that would be a significant project to undertake. And then just the last couple are just aging infrastructure. Like, we're doing okay right now, but it's just something to keep in mind because this infrastructure will be expensive when it does come time to replace it. So we just want to make sure we're going to adequately save for that. And because we're one of the fastest growing municipalities, just the rapid growth and increased pressures on facilities and staff and infrastructure. Just touching on some of the opportunities. Grants, as usual, staff and more heightened now more than ever. Staff will be devoting time to applying for any and all grants that we are eligible for, which is why you'll see in the plan a lot of design work projects being proposed for 2021. Because again, that's as you've been hearing with other developers, the search in Lot A is, getting these designs in place is a critical piece of information that most grants would like submitted with their grant application. And and as well, the COVID Safe Restart Grant is just something that further information will be provided to Council as soon as we get some updated options and a little more details from the province on what some of our options are. Unlike some other municipalities who have recreation centers and such that could be using this funds to offset their lost revenue, we are in a nice position, I guess, that we don't have that situation, but we do obviously have other pressures that we're going to have to consider with that. Last year, Council amended the fees and charges bylaw, so that is has definitely increased the building permit revenue in 2020, and we're looking forward to hopefully that continuing on into 2021. Again, as Mayor Tate has said multiple times, cannabis revenue, it's not included on the financial plan, but if there is action from the province on potentially sharing the revenues from this, that's something that will definitely be presented to Council in an amended financial plan. On the plus side, of course, rapid growth and developments means increases in permits and fees, and additional non-market revenue will be coming into the district. And this one here I moved, I don't know if Councillor Bateman will remember last year, this was in the risk section. I've moved it to opportunities now because I think we've done a really great job over the last couple of years, with the hiring of our CIO, Mr. McInnes, to get qualified staff that are being hired here, and which allows the district to be better positioned to keep pace with the community growth and with residents' needs. So I think this is a huge opportunity, as we've got a lot of dedicated, experienced, motivated staff here that are going to do their best to push these projects over the finish line. So overall, these numbers look big, but when you add the $3 million COVID grant and some other grant opportunities that are included in the budget, it's not as significant as 6.2 million would seem, when 3 million of it is from the COVID Safe Restart, as well as there's over $2 million in capital grants that we will be applying for and or like the multi-sport block, have already been successful in receiving, and the project should be completed next year. So just kind of getting into this is more of the meat of the presentation here. So the 3 staffing positions. The 3 new positions proposed to be funded with non-market change this year would be the Community Economic Development Officer, a Land Development Tech 1, and a Parks Laborer. The estimated, and these positions have been prorated to an estimated start date of potentially March in the new year, just by the time job descriptions and bums and seats kind of were able to occur. So there's a request from parks laborers. They just have a general pool of funds for auxiliary parks laborers. So their request is to add an additional $70,000 to that pool, which would enable them to hire up to 2 additional parks workers to be on staff and on call when needed. The land development tech position is just over $82,000 with salaries and benefits. And the community economic development position is prorated at just under $94,000 for the year. So that totals $246,000 and the budget for 2021 for non-market change is $265,000. So it is coming in under the non-market change budget. And so just touching on the service level review meeting, the resolution that council passed was just that staff include the departmental requests in the first draft of the budget. And so just as quick high level is the associated costs with the department request is $299,000 or a property tax increase of approximately 3.46%. Outside organizations, so we only have 1 request this year, and it's not, I guess, technically a formal request yet. I'm just knowing from the Chamber's past presentations to council and that their current agreement expires at the end of 2020 here. There is consideration in the budget for adding the Chamber of Commerce to the service agreement. And the placeholder amount is $28,150, which I believe ties into one of their earlier requests when I looked back. And that amounts to a 0.33% property tax increase. This will tie into coming to council in December will be a more fulsome report on recommended changes to current line items and service agreements and or community grants. Overall, I don't believe there's going to be like a recommendation of reducing the funding, just more reallocating it into the appropriate buckets and then getting council direction to work with these organizations into 2021 and negotiate either service agreements for the larger ones or else educate the other line items on the community grant process or potentially a sponsorship if that's the path council would like to go down for those. So further information will be coming on those in 2020, but as far as budget goes, I wouldn't be recommending any changes to the budget, just potentially reallocating it. So just touching now, I guess, on the council requests, just based on still being in COVID, et cetera, it's just a suggestion to reduce council travel by $10,000, which again is just basically due to lack of probably less travel council will be undertaking in 2021 as well. 2020 was significantly down, and I imagine 2021 will be down as well. For the CAO department, there's a $15,000 request to allocate funds for economic development, and so this would be, in theory, available to the Community Economic Development Officer as a budget to potentially fund. So we don't know exactly what this might look like or what they might need for resources, but at least it will provide some dedicated funding for that position to be used and work with the Economic Development Committee on options for that. A small increase from Human Resources is just a $5,000 increase to Occupational Health and Safety, and that's obviously just more important than ever now, and this will just allow us with increased staffing to make sure we're meeting all of our required legislation and regulations. As you know, we added a communications coordinator position in 2020, so for 2021 we're just requesting dedication of funds specific to that department so that this will include advertising funds of $25,000, I believe,
and 2,500 in professional development, which is on par with what other departments get for professional development. Corporate services is giving up 9,000 of advertising, which will be going to the communications department. So the communications department is requesting an additional 16,000 on top of the 9,000 that is being reallocated from the corporate services advertising budget. There's a request from the RCMP for additional $45,000 to fully fund the integrated units. This is similar to the victim services request last year, if you recall, where we weren't adequately funding our share, so they were just using other budget funds they had from other resources to fund the shortfalls. So the staff sergeant just put this forward for council consideration. So this would be for things like Crime Stoppers, would be one example. And then a couple of the larger requests would be from the Planning and Development and Operations Department, as they stated at the service level review meeting. They both would be looking for funds to hire or maintain the contractors that we currently have. And for the Planning and Development, it would be, they're looking to fund $70,000 to fund the approving officer role transition from the current Mr. Mitten to in-house staff. And as well, the operations department is requesting an additional $70,000, and that is to continue on with the engineering role transition to staff in-house. So fire has some various requests that total net increase of $66,100. And it's a combination of a few things. So there's a $13,000 reduction for annual exercise and appreciation dinner for 2021 only. And this is just mostly this is basically just due to COVID and the fact that they're not optimistic that they will be able to host these as much training as well as the appreciation dinner again this year. If you'll recall, they did defer the appreciation dinner for 2020 as well. One of the larger asks would be the $43,000 for relief worker, to increase the relief worker budget. And this is to fund, Chief Mountain has spoken at length to council about this, about the paid on call model. And part of that model was increased staffing, which is not materialized to this point. So the request is to just top up the funding for the relief worker budget to ensure that there's adequate funds there to hopefully alleviate the large vacation and overtime payouts that are still occurring in the fire department. They have a 4.9 thousand request for health and wellness. As Mr. Chief Mount mentioned earlier, they're requesting $3,200 increase in the volunteer mechanic budget, which was created last year. And this is just, as he stated, just to try and help prolong the life of the fire trucks. And there is a $8,000 request for vehicle maintenance. Again, just anticipating trying to do more repairs to extend the life of those vehicles. And the last piece would be starting at near the end of 2021 or partway through 2021 would be to start work on a fire master plan, which will help provide some guidance on future planning for the fire department. So anticipated budget overall would be $40,000 for that, with $20,000 started in 2021 and the remainder carrying over to next year. And then sewer, this doesn't affect property taxes, but just wanted to highlight now that the sewer department is back to fully staffed, they're requesting an increase to the contractor and consultants budget. And that's just because like significant work has been going on and will continue on to 2021 to look at the sewer and look at sewer expansion, as it's such a critical piece for future growth in the district. I don't know if we need to do something before I go on to capital projects.
Yeah, I was just watching the clock.
Yeah, I just had capital projects and then,
Well, we've got a few more
so,
things, so
yeah.
I need a motion.
Yeah, we need a motion to extend before we.
I'm on it. We got her. I didn't have my mic on, but I was saying exactly that. So if I have a motion to extend this past, so we have a Councillor Bateman motion and Councillor Lajeunesse second that we carry on after 11 o'clock. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against it signify by nay. Hearing none, we're going on past 11 o'clock. Ms. Gray, back to you.
Okay, and I do appreciate I'm going through this kind of quickly, but just in the interest of time, and I'll kind of just open it up to your questions after this. And as well, like as I stated, we can carry this forward to the November 16th meeting for a more fulsome discussion. So I just wanted to highlight some of the 2021 capital projects. It's a combination of projects that have carried forward from 2020, as well as some new projects. Where possible, all the recommendations from the Parks and Trails and Transportation Master Plans have been included. And as well as we've tried to tie them back into the Climate Action Committee recommendations as well. Some of them are kind of tied together nicely. As Councillor St. Pierre's mentioned before, some of the Climate Action Committee recommendations are already included in staff's day-to-day work plans. So we were looking at those documents and as possible, trying to ensure that they were all included in there. You may notice that some of the parks projects are not included in the first draft of this budget here, and that's because the funding for those projects is dependent on a DCC bylaw addition of a parks DCC bylaw. The DCC bylaw is currently under review and should be put in front of council early in 2021, I believe. And then there's a process, you need to get provincial approval as well. So I didn't feel comfortable putting projects in here to be funded with a DCC that doesn't currently exist yet. So once that information is provided to council, council endorses it. If we get provincial approval for the bylaw changes, then in the 2022 to 2026 version of the financial plan, we will I'll feel more comfortable including all those projects in there. But as with any project not included in here, if there is a eligible grant opportunity for that, we can amend this budget at any time and bring that forward to council for consideration. So staff is fully aware of all the capital projects that have been recommended, and will be using every avenue we have to ensure that we can fund those projects and complete those projects as soon as possible. So yeah, I'll just maybe quickly just scroll through the projects that are in 2021, and then probably just turn it over to council for further conversation here. So the standard items are the $10,000 for the Arts Advisory Panel, which is funded with the SPA Reserve Fund. Hopefully with the reforming of the SPA Committee, maybe we'll get some more fulsome conversations on that in 2021 on what kind of projects they would like to do. The vault is back. That's a carryover from 2020 that got deferred and was requested to be brought back for 2021. This is just a standard item, is just $25,000 for computer equipment. The $25,000 for the website refresh has been, some action may happen on that this year, but I just wanted to leave the funds available for 2021 to undertake an update and a refreshment of our website, which would have our communications coordinator working closely with IT on that. $50,000 for software. So this is anticipation of updating some of our softwares for things like e-apply. We have the Tempest software as our main software we use for land pieces. So there's other modules and add-ons you can get for that. So that's just anticipating expanding our online presence on those options on that software. The e-bike is back in 2021. This was proposed to be funded with the Climate Action Reserve Fund, has no property tax impact. So I know our bylaw officer is very keen to get an e-bike and drive around all our new parks and trails on the bike while doing his bylaw work. As I mentioned before, there's $250,000 in the budget for building repairs to Municipal Hall, and the plan would be to hopefully undertake one of the larger projects that were recommended in the building condition assessment that was completed in, I believe, the end of 2019. $15,000 of furniture replacement is just a general fund, or is just it's not tied to specific furniture. It's like the computer equipment. It's just available every year for new equipment and furniture that needs to be purchased. So for the critical equipment, this is a standard light item for the fire department, and their 2021 request is $75,200. And as Chief Mount mentioned, part of this will be used to fund the overage in the truck budget to install the lights on the new truck when it arrives in 2021. And that's the replacement. You'll notice that now the timing of the purchase of the new truck that you just saw from Chief Mount earlier today will not be completed by 2020. So this item will just need to be carried forward, and I'll include it on the amended version of the budget that when you next see it. Because we're trying to do a lot of, normally this would be, I believe, year 4 of the 5-year roads program. So the proposal from the operations department is to extend that out in order to free up some funds to do some of the other recommended projects in the transportation master plan. So staff have kind of strategized and prioritized which roads make sense to do in which order based on pending developments, et cetera, not wanting to dig up a road that just got paved kind of thing. So the recommendation from the operations department is to reduce this to $300,000 and just basically extend the 5-year roads replacement out a year or 2. There's the carry forward from last year to complete the EV chargers installation at Eustis. This was, if council remembers, a couple years ago we had a grant that council requested we withdraw from to install 6 chargers, but we had already purchased 2 chargers, so this would be just requesting or seeking to install those 2 chargers that we had already purchased at the Eustis location, as I believe that was the preferred location. The big project that I know our Director of Operations is excited about is $2 million for Church Road widening design and construction. So this will be a significant undertaking for 2021, and staff is optimistic that we should be able to complete this project, which would go a long way to, it'd be nice to have a visible project. It's been a while since we've had a nice big visible project, so this will be an exciting one, I think, for the community. And then kind of carrying through here, design will be the next buzzword. Last year it was master plans, this year it's design. So there's the road connector design, which is a carry forward from last year. The $100,000 for the Brailford Place connection, which was a recommendation from the Transportation Master Plan. There is $15,000 being included for transit stops and street lighting. This is just a standard light item every year, and the funds are just used as when required to improve or fix transit stops and street lights. More design for Wadham's Otter Point Grant Road design. Again, most of these design projects are to set the district up to apply for future grants. When you look to 2025 of our 5-year financial plan, there's quite a significant roads request in there dependent on grants and potentially some borrowing. So this is just to ensure we have the correct documents to be ready to apply for those grants if and when they materialize. There's $700,000 included for the Drennan Chartered intersection. This is a combination of funding from the BC Housing Project and this is, excuse me, as you'll see in the budget, there is other funds coming from other organizations to fund part of this project, and the remainder is funded by the district. And then the next 3 are Phillips Road, Charters, and Murray Road design. Again, this is just based on the Transportation Master Plan recommendations of just kind of getting some designs behind these ideas so that we can be prepared to apply for these grants. There's funds included for the library hydro in order to take it from overhead to underground. And then last page here is Parks asset repairs is just a standard item every year. And it's just used as if when required. There's funding in here, being optimistic, hoping that we will hear back about the Demamule Creek, this phase 2 of the Demamule Creek.
project that we applied for a grant for. So district's hoping we can hear back sometime in 2021 and be able to start work on this project in 2021. So that's the beginning of the funds you see in 2021, and it carries forward to 2022, and I believe a little bit in 2023. The exciting one for sure that's going to be happening is the multi-sport court box. And so that is well underway of getting agreement set up with CPark to project manage and operate it once it's been constructed. And it's anticipated that this should be completed hopefully, I believe, by November of 2021. Parks Department equipment is just a standard light item again. It's just there if certain repairs to some of the heavier duty parks equipment are needed. These next two are the bluff staircase and the Souk potholes. They're recommendations from the Parks and Trails Master Plan. And these two are in the budget as those are the grants we've just applied for. These are 100% provincial funded. So if we're successful in these grant applications, then these projects will be able to proceed. If not, that could be a concern as far as to confirm funding of how to fund those two projects. There's $50,000 carried forward or included for the dog park in 2021. This is anticipated working with the Souk Community Association on some potential funding partner for this, as is represented in the budget. And a couple more is just an estimate of $75,000 to help develop a solid waste strategy. And again, a couple more recommendations from the Parks and Trails Master Plan was boardwalk repairs and Town Center Parks Plan. And I'll probably just leave that there for now. We do have the directors on the line still, hopefully, that can answer specific questions, or I'm not sure due to the hour of where council would like to go next.
Well, thank you very much for that report. It was kind of a lightning report, and it was interesting. But we have time to go. We have the documents and everything to go over the next couple of weeks. Is there any questions from council to Ms. Gray or any of the other staff members?
Just a comment.
Mayor, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I really appreciate staff's work on the budget and all the details, and also just meeting the schedule so that we can progress getting things in order. I just struggle with if I could just hear again what is being proposed as a tax increase.
Yes, through the chair, the proposed tax increase for 2020 is, 2021 is 6.67%, which is approximately $98 in tax increase for property owners in Souk. Again, once I get some updated information from BC Assessment, which will be coming next month, I'll have a more accurate figure to give you.
And then does this account using some of the COVID recovery grant monies that the district has received, or is that still just waiting to be allocated?
It's still waiting to be allocated. The recommendation, as what's seen in the financial plan, is to create a COVID Safe Start Reserve Fund, because as I stated, there's specific limitations on what the revenue can be used for. I just don't know those answers yet of what these funds can be used for. So I've posed the question back to the province just to provide a bit more information. So for now, just at the just hearing about this on November 2nd and trying to finalize it for the budget, staff hasn't had adequate time yet to come up with some potential options. So that's definitely something staff will be looking at in the interim here as more information becomes available, and provide some recommendations to council. So for now, it's just being recommended to put these funds into a reserve fund until we have further information on what specifics, how this can work for Souk.
Okay. Yeah, and I really, that's a great idea. I'm just uncomfortable moving first reading with a 6.6% increase at this time. I know that being very diligent in terms of and years of zero just kick an increase down the road, and certainly staff warned us of that earlier this year. But I'm just mindful of just the strain on residents right now, and to deliver out that, you know, we're going to increase taxes by 6.some%. It just doesn't fare well with me. The province made an announcement that even rental rates remain fixed with no increase. The Capital Regional District is doing their best to ensure there's no increase. I think we're going to get one from the school district, but I just feel that the funds that that hopefully some of the funds that we've received can be used to offset things like emergency costs, and even the park laborers. Certainly the message continually is to get outside, and that is putting more pressure on our parks. So I don't want to cut back on the laborers. I'm just hoping that the funding stream would be able to offset the necessary work that we need there, also with bylaw, policing, and the like. So I'd rather have more clarity on how the funds can be used rather than, like, I know there's a desire to move ahead with the budget. I'm just not comfortable moving ahead with a 6% tax increase. So I'd rather wait and get more information from the province in terms of what the funds can be used to offset, and then come back with a more informed decision down the road. But I'm just not comfortable with progressing the increase at this time. Thank you.
Is there any other questions, Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, just in response to the mayor there, surely we have opportunities through second reading and down the road to whittle this thing back in size. Because I think we started last year at about the same level, 6.67, got it down to 4.1 after much I don't know what the word would be, but, and then went down to 0. So it's really interesting. This is quite a day that we got this 2.98 million in COVID-19 safe restart funding. And I did look online, and emergency planning and response costs, bylaw enforcement and protective services like fire protection and police, computer and other electronic technology costs to improve interconnectivity and virtual communications, and then a generalized category called other related costs. So I suspect that number will be whittled down considerably as a result of the spending. And other than that, the year of design, 2021, is a good one to play with, T-shirts and yeah, I look forward to the Committee of the Whole to really dig into this. Thank you.
I have a question. If we do not go to first reading, how does that put you for your timing, Ms. Gray?
Well, I believe, and maybe perhaps Ms. Rear or Mr. McInnes can confirm, that in order to have a more fulsome discussion at Committee of the Whole, we need to do first reading of the budget in order to have Council to have more time to have the more fulsome discussion. So that's why it's just a recommendation. And as Councillor Bateman has stated, as what happened with the last draft of the budget, it was 6.58% initially, went down to 4.01, and then went down to 0% eventually. So like, this is just a starting point. There's by no intention did staff think that this was just going to get adopted as is. So it was just kind of hoping to start the conversation, get the first reading, so then we can have the more fulsome conversation at the Committee of the Whole, and then provide some updated, an amended draft at the next council meeting.
Another question is, where does the money come from for knocking down the Tin Grotto? What fund does that come out of?
Well, it's going to be, in theory, charged back to
eventually
to the owner. So it'll be added as a receivable on our books. So it'll show up on our balance sheet as an outstanding receivable. It will have to, we'll find the funds to pay for the expenses because we have enough cash flow to do that. And then it's going to show up on our balance sheet as a receivable, as outstanding taxes and the timing. of when that can be added if he doesn't pay for the fund. We will be invoicing him as soon as it's complete and we have the final totals. And, you know, the hope would be that he would pay it, and if not, then it would get added to his taxes.
And this doesn't really do it tonight, but when's that going to start? Just.
I believe it's starting this week, possibly. I believe this week they're starting to put up fencing, et cetera, if I remember seeing the timeline. So I believe the idea is it's supposed to be demolished by the end of the month.
Okay. We're going on like about these sidewalks that just take forever around there. But that's good. Thanks for that bit of information. Is there any more questions for Ms. Gray or staff? Councillor Lajeunesse.
I just have one small question. On the website refresh, there's 25K, and the communications coordinator and the IT department are going to be doing that. So what is the 25K for?
I think it's to have funds available to, the website currently is like an in-house built, and it has, I'm not a techie, so I'm not going to speak to this correctly, but it's very labor intensive to update it. It's not the most user friendly from the back. It's not the most user friendly for the public as well as from the back end to do any updates. And so I believe, again, I'm not sure if Christine is on, probably not. But I believe the funds are there to, if we're going to look at a different potential software option, or just to kind of have the funds available to look at, different software that might better serve our needs than a custom in-house system that got built that has just been added on to over the years and is not really functional. But I can find out some further information at the committee of the whole.
Yeah, I'm just curious on that.
Yeah.
I have a comment.
Yeah, that's Councillor Loggins. You're on.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gray and staff, for putting together our next financial plan. I'm kind of the mind of Mayor Tate as well. I think all that's going to happen at the committee of the whole is we're going to ask staff to go back and cut it down. So hearing that staff is aware that there's areas to cut and that obviously that's what council is going to be going towards, I'd prefer that happens before we discuss the details at committee of the whole. And we can always pass first and second reading if we need to at the same time. So I don't think it should mess up the timeline too much. But I mean, knowing that that's exactly the path we're going to take, I'd prefer we start there rather than dilly-dally.
Thank you. Maybe you can get Ms. Gray to respond to that.
Sure. I guess maybe just kind of clarify, would you be looking for staff to recommend changes to the budget further? Like, I guess this was per the service level meeting, council recommended that the first draft include these department recommendations. So these are the department recommendations. So I just wanted to kind of, I guess, clarify, would you be looking for staff to go back and skinny this down to a different property tax increase? Or I think the initial idea behind this was to present this to council and then have the fulsome conversation of which lines council felt comfortable with and which lines council didn't feel comfortable with, and then staff will go away and work with those recommendations.
I agree with Mayor Tate that this is not a good starting point and we need to have a lower starting point than a 7% tax increase.
I guess I'm getting a little confused here because I think we're all talking about the same thing. It's just a matter of semantics. None of us are happy with the 6.6, what it was, something like that. But how we go about it, I personally don't have a problem going to first reading because we're going to get to the same spot anyways. We're going to turn around, but I think staff is looking for us to give some guidance on what areas that we would not be willing to support. And I know for myself tonight, I just have not had the time to go over the budget and line by line to figure that out and to offer some suggestions. Maybe other councillors have, but I haven't. So I'm not quite clear.
What I was trying to state was that last time that this happened, we asked staff to go back and say, what do you need? What do you want? And it seems like this budget is a what do we want? And so I'm just trying to cut out some time. But yeah, I mean, whatever council wants to do is fine, but I think we all agree this is not a good starting point, and we're going to end up saying, talk to us about what's needed instead of what's wanted, and then go line by line through that like we had before.
Might I comment at this time?
Yeah, Tony, Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you. It seems last budget cycle came to a 4.1% increase. And that represents basically 2 years worth of basically inflation and keeping things steady. So I think what I'd like to see personally is for us to see what a budget might look like with around a 4% increase, which would take us close to where we landed before pre-COVID, before we went back to the books again. That's what I'd like to see before approving.
So if I understand you right, you would rather see that done before we go first reading?
Correct. I'm in absolute agreement with Councillor Logans and Mayor Tate. At this point, we're just going back to the books anyway, and we're second guessing our staff with the best information on what we could potentially cut out to get to a safe 4% increase. I'd rather see around 4% increase first, and then council can look it over.
You're making it very hard on me here today. Okay, so what I'm looking to is to someone to entertain a motion that gives direction to staff of where we want to go here. What we have in front of us is the council give first reading to the bylaw cited the 5-year financial plan, 779-2020. But I mean,
well, I'll move that council receive the draft 2021 to 2025 financial plan.
As information?
Yeah, move receipt of.
So not give first reading. We're just wordsmithing here. Hang on. She just wants to receive this. Just receive it.
I'll second the motion. And then I'll speak to it when I can.
Sure. Let's just want to make sure it's up there first of all. The other thing is we need to give staff some direction what we want them to do in the next while. I'm hearing that you want to see what it looks like at 4.5%, but that might be hard for them to do it because they're looking for us to do some of that work.
Well, if we can speak to the motion now, I would just say the guidance would be as we discussed, where we go back to staff and talk about needs versus wants and try to bring that number down. It's exactly the same process we did last year.
So, Mayor Tate, you wanted to comment too?
Yeah, the other piece was getting more information on how we can allocate the COVID grant to offset some items. And so even with the positions that are funded by non-market growth, is it not possible, for example, that the RCMP cost and the park labor cost be covered by the COVID grant and then something else be funded by non-market growth? So then, and I know that's different than what is proposed through the service delivery where we're funding things by growth, but now with the new information now we know how much the COVID relief grant is and how the funds can be allocated. It's just, I'd like to see that. So like earlier today, I had a reporter from the Mirror phoned, the Souk News Mirror, just asking about that, but it's early information. I wasn't able to really say how we're allocating the funds in Souk because we're still waiting for more information. So it's a case where I would like to have, for first reading, have how the COVID relief funds can be allocated and have that come to council. And now that we know how we can use those funds, here's what we're looking at for the budget. And then council can say, okay, so these things are not funded by that grant. Are these things that we can, even with, and we have to consider that COVID restrictions are still going to remain in place for a while, even though there was positive news about a vaccine. Realistically, what can we progress in the first half of this year, given all of the restrictions that we know are in place? And then how do we go from there? So I don't want to say to staff, you know, get us to a 4%. I'd rather know what those funds will, how we can distribute those funds to make a meaningful impact, because one of them, I just had it in front of me, shows like shortfall, like the impact on operating costs. So how, and I know that we need more details. I just want to see how that impacts us. And then we can look at, okay, what does council need to either take out or keep, or what do we need and want, and then have that conversation when we just have a bit more information on how this can be used. It's great that we have the funds, but, and I know that they're sitting in a reserve for good reason, but I think we need to know how we can allocate them for this coming year. So that was kind of a lot, but there's feedback, so it's really hard to talk when I hear my voice echoing back sometimes.
Ms. Gray, do you have enough information from us to proceed?
Well, I guess maybe just clarifying, I'm hearing two different things, or well, maybe and they're both true. Maybe work with staff to bring back something around 4%, as well as get some additional information from the province on the COVID relief.
Yeah, I believe that
So
there's two items there, and it looks like you've got them noted very well. So right now, I guess all we need to do is the council received the draft 5-year plan as presented in the report dated November 9th, 2020. And I can't remember, Councillor Logans, did you make that motion?
I did, yes.
And Mayor Tate seconded it? Okay, just.
That's correct.
We have, sir, we have any discussion to the motion? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we'd be locking in at a 4%. Why don't we just see what this COVID safe restart funding will do to the 6.67% increase, and then we can get into more nitty-gritty numbers. It took us at least 3 months to get to that 4.01% last year.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't want to throw a number and say meet this. I'd rather say, okay, here's what the COVID funds have done, and this is how it's assisted us. And then if we need to consider other advocacy or get more clarity, we can. And then there's more details. There's still 2 other funding streams that have been announced by the province with more details to come. So what can we prep to be for that? And then with the investments that we've made in technology and the like over this year, I mean, our operations have been, we've invested in plexiglass and more software and the like, you know, to keep our operations safe. So is there any recovery available to local governments, or if it's spent, it's spent? And then in which case, what applies going ahead? It's just early to understand. I'd rather not tell staff, come back with this. Let's just see what the COVID grant does and take it.
You got enough there, Ms. Gray?
Yeah, so just to keep in mind then that will most likely impact the dates of getting this budget adopted, just if it's pending the further information being received from the province. So
I think that's understood.
Do my best to obviously get this information as soon as possible, but you know, it's a significant funds, and I just want to make sure we're very careful of we're not allocating funds, because there is a requirement to report out it on our financial statements every year now, and just what the money's been spent on. So it's definitely critical just to ensure we're spending it the way that the province intended it to be spent. So.
Okay. We're making you work really hard. I know we are.
No, absolutely. I think that's completely understood. And if the schedule needs to change, I think that's entirely reasonable. I know that the tremendous amount of advocacy went into having those funds flow to us, and I'm well aware of that because I was fortunate to be a part of it all. However, no idea at the end what the actual dollar amount to Souk was going to look like until the whole per capita distribution and the base amount were determined. So it's understandable that staff may need to time and the ability to alter a schedule to take this new information, which we're very grateful for, into effect.
Okay, with that being said, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second to the motion. Any other discussion to the motion before I call the question? Hearing none, all those against signify by nay. Hearing none, that's passed unanimously. All right, next is a notice of motion by Councillor Ebony Logans for discussion November 9th, the regular council meeting, that regular, special, and in-camera counting meetings be scheduled with the intent of all council attending. Ms. Logans, over to you.
Okay, I'll try to put my video on for this. You can see me. Yes, I just wanted to bring awareness to this because obviously, like, it's something that's just seemed to recently change in the past year and a half or so. Previously, in my experience, we've had evening meetings and I've been able to schedule work and everything around that. I know that work things change, especially with younger people on council, and I've always been really grateful for council being flexible in when meeting times are. But recently, what kind of brought this up was that there was like a special council meeting scheduled on short notice during the daytime when I couldn't attend, and there was a in-camera meeting attached to that I wish I could have been there for. So I don't feel like that was really considered when those things came up. I understand there are always circumstances that require meetings to happen on the fly, but I do really want our council, especially as a progressive council, to be aware that people have different schedules. And I think that our council is aware of that. I mean, from the feedback that I've received, should actually make a motion and have it second before I blurb about it, but oh well.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor.
Yeah, we're going to throw her out, but she's already out.
I'll second your motion just so that we're clear there.
Thank you.
I want a little bit clearer what exactly the motion is, that we do not schedule daytimes meetings?
Continue to make it make more sense. I think that our council is progressive and has always been really flexible on meeting times, really aware of who can and can't attend, especially Councillor Bateman. He's always on top of who can and can't be there and tries to make it accessible to all of us. So I wanted to put this out there. I'm open to suggestions and changes to it, including cows or not including cows in this as well. But essentially, if like, I know there are a few of us who are working right now, and if we're not here in the future council and there are other people who want to join council in the future and they're working as well, I want to make sure that they have access to our council meetings and don't get pushed out of any meetings that may happen if they're on like a council that is negative and doesn't support them being there, but the community wants them there. So I'm having a bit of foresight in this, but also want to make sure that council meetings are scheduled for times I can be there as well. I know we do schedule regular council meetings annually, so we have a schedule that's set, and I'm happy to work around that as I always have. But any meetings that come up, such as committee of the whole or special meetings or in-camera meetings along the way, I'm really hoping that we can make them fit around all of our schedules so we can all be there.
Was that a motion? I guess what I'm looking for here is we either schedule
about a month now, Councillor Beddows.
We either schedule things only in the evening, or we just leave it up to staff to make every attempt to when they schedule a cow or anything else to ensure that everybody can participate? Because there's obviously some days you are available during the daytime, correct? Or
No, there are not actually.
There's not. Well, then maybe we just go to straight doing things in the evening and.
That's totally fine. And my intent is to have that in writing, so that when I'm not here, or when you're not here, or there's another person who wants to join it, who's a working person at the next election, that they know that there's this in place, that they are welcome to attend those meetings and they're not going to be scheduled out of them.
Councillor Logans, may I ask a clarification?
Just a sec. Oh, hang on a minute. Ms. Rear's got a comment for me.
Thank you, Chair Beddows. As you mentioned, Councillor Logans, that yes, you are correct that the regular meetings are scheduled annually, and it is in accordance with our procedure bylaw, and so is the committee of the whole meetings as well. So if you would like to change either of the regular or the committee of the whole meetings, it would have to be through our procedure bylaw as an amendment, and that would also require public notification in the newspaper and public input.
Yeah, and I have no intent of doing that, Ms. Rear, but I do have an intent of making it known that we should be thinking of that the next time we do the schedule, which should be early next year, and also that any special and in-camera meetings should be scheduled with the intent of all council attending, and that's what hasn't been happening lately.
Right, thank you, Ms. Logans, but I was just thinking then, if that's the case, perhaps you'd like to strike regular from your motion?
Yeah, and we can discuss that as council.
I need to see the motion.
Like I said, I'm open to things happening, but also the reason I don't want to strike regular from it as well, and could even include cow, is because this doesn't have to mean that we're taking it into effect right now and changing our current regular and cow meeting schedule. We can do that. What do we do, like either early spring or early 2021 to set the dates? Like, we can set those dates at that time with this in mind.
Do it in December.
There you go. So this is pretty timely then. We don't have to strike it.
So I just want to add myself to the speak.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Tate.
And so, yeah, I was just going to add on that this is timely. So the regular council meeting is set annually in December of each year, and then it's published out. So, and then it's where we change the council procedural bylaws so that the regular meetings are on the second and fourth Mondays at 7, and then the committee of the whole is what moved to the daytime at 1 o'clock. So in terms of this, though, I agree with Councillor Logans that going forward, there has, I recognize that we've had special and in cameras during the day, so we've moved away from that 7 o'clock at night. So I think it's firm that's why I support this here, that we continue with the regular meeting schedule to be held in the evenings on the set days, and that the special and in-camera meetings also be scheduled in the evenings. If there's an emergency, I think all councillors, we have to meet where there's quorum, because there's an emergency. I think everyone understands that, but I think we just need to recognize that we do have councillors working. I think Councillor McMahon's schedule will be a bit of a challenge to move because her schedule moves, but I think she understands that. It's more, and she can hopefully sometimes switch out her work once the meeting schedule is changed. But if we move our schedule from days to nights and days to nights, it makes it harder for her to potentially change her schedule because we're shifting. So we always have to remain the same on the evenings. So the question would be, though, is with committee of the whole, the recommendations coming out of committee of the whole flow to council for endorsement. So just a question back to Councillor Logans, are you comfortable leaving the committee of the whole during the day? That's where we do have more staff engagement, but if we need them in the evening, we do there as well. So I just wanted to get clarity around the cows. There is a second opportunity. So is that okay? But then otherwise, most definitely, let's just try to catch, you know, take advantage of when there's 5 Mondays, if we need to have a special cow on that 5th Monday when it appears, to cover off some things, and just be mindful, because certainly when I first got on council, everything was at night. I did feel I missed out when things were during the day. It was impossible for me to get out of work though, at that time. You know, life changes, but I think just for continuity, it's just, we have to recognize people work, and we need their voice on council in the future. So let's just be mindful of that. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can just answer your question about the cow, like I am not going to put up a big fight about the cow being during the day, because that's exactly why I didn't really include it in here to begin with, is that there is a second opportunity to talk about it when it comes to the regular council meeting. However, by scheduling them intentionally during the daytime, you're kind of making it so that it's impossible to attend, like knowing that I 100% cannot attend, or having Councillor McMath schedule in advance and knowing she 100% can't attend. So that's where it gets a bit difficult to swallow, because yes, I can live with that, but does it need to be that way? Like, why is it that we can't all be there? When in the past 5 years, we've all been able to be there. So that shift is a bit challenging, because I do like to be part of those discussions and learn as much as I can from the staff before making my decisions. Having those opportunities to ask questions that my constituents want me to ask, that piece is missing.
I guess for me, I mean, if you're unable to attend any daytime meetings, why are we even entertaining that? I mean, I know we might have to change the procedure manual, but if, you know, you're on for at least another 2 years and you can't make a cow in those 2 years, that would be a bit alarming to me, you know, even though it's going to come up again. A lot of times there's quite a discussion at those cows, and I like personally to think everybody's involved. I guess the bottom line here is that it's going to involve a lot more of our staff time in the evenings. But if you can't make a daytime meeting, why are we even considering any of the meetings other than an emergency one during the daytime? Just a thought.
I agree. So I think as I'd like to propose an amendment, and that be that after the period that council directs staff to bring the procedural bylaw back with the intent of moving the committee of the whole to the evenings.
That makes sense to me. I mean, if we're, I don't want to keep dancing around it, but your intent, Councillor Logan's, was that you intend all the meetings, whether they're a cow or not. To me, they're just as important. Well, they're not. But anyways, you certainly have a right to be there as the rest of us. For me, it doesn't bother me whether it's daytime or evening, but it's the staff consideration, which is the hardest. But then again, you know, this is how our government works, and you need to be, as a councillor, available.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is someone seconding the amendments? So
I haven't seen the whole amendment yet. It's still being typed out, so.
No, but we're discussing it, so.
Yeah. Well, I would feel better with that personally, because you know, we're just going to bump it down the road. We need to have this addressed to, and Councillor Logan's has a very valid point there, and I know it can be inconvenient for staff, but you know, we are here to govern, and we need all councillors present, so I want to hear.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because it's a very odd situation to be in this transition period where we are suddenly, you know, in an influx in our province of young working councillors, right? It's not something that many councils have to deal with, and it's not something that councils in the past have had to deal with. So this is sort of new for all of us. So I do appreciate everyone sort of stumbling through it with me.
So
Okay, so we have we have the motion that a regular, special, and in-camera council meeting be scheduled with the intent of council attending, and that council direct staff to bring back to the council procedures bylaw with the intent to adjust the time for COW meetings to occur in the evenings.
I move the amendment. Is someone seconding the amendment? I'd like to speak to the amendment.
You go. Okay, well, Councillor, which one's? It's getting late, guys. So, anyways, yes, go ahead and speak, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and it's just when I first got on council, I was younger, and most of council worked at that time. And I think the change is that the last council wasn't very fond of committee of the whole, so didn't want to attend them. So they kind of went by the wayside, and they weren't active with them. And now we're trying to use the committee of the whole to hash out more discussions. And I think what's changed, even though like all of council, this council amended the procedural bylaw, you know, everyone's work has changed since then, including my own. So as a result, we have to make an adjustment there, and that's just the way that things need to go, because life happens. And so that's why I think it's just as we're discussing this, we should just address the whole matter all at once. We know that Councillor Logan's will not be available during the day. That's a fact. So we need to adjust accordingly. With Councillor McMath, I don't have her advanced schedule. So it's too, you know, I had it provided up until I think early September and don't have that. So this is where it's going on what I know. And I know that Councillor Logan's isn't available during the day. So we need to just move ahead. So that's why I'm supporting this. Thank you.
So just to recap, we have a motion and a seconder for both of these, or did I have to get a seconder for the second one? We got it? Okay, good, you're nodding, I like that. So is there any other discussion to the motion?
And this is the motion on to approve the amendment.
That's correct. We haven't voted on the amendment.
Okay, so, all right, so that is the motion, that's the second one to, okay, so any other discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against signify by saying nay. Hearing none, that has passed. Now we go to the first motion, the main motion, that regular, special, and in-camera council meeting be scheduled with the intent of all council attending. Is that right? All right.
It's the whole point of order. It's the whole thing. So it's.
Oh, okay, with the amendment. Oh, I understood. Okay. Everybody understood. And now we're talking. She's amended the motion, and now the motion stands that it's both of those statements. And so the regular, special, in-camera council meetings be scheduled with the intent of all council attending, and that council direct staff to bring back a council procedure bylaw with the intent to adjust the time for the COW meetings to occur in the evenings. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against say nay. Oh, this is easier, way to go. Okay, that has passed unanimously. All right, it's almost 10 to 12.
We should turn out the lights and go home.
Well, there's one option is that we have, the next one is the dark sky policy and light pollution by Councillor St. Pierre wanted it brought forward. I'm wondering if this cannot be done another day.
That would be wonderful.
So staff, what do I need to proceed? To just table that to the next meeting? So, okay, as chair, I've tabled it, so there it is. Okay, council verbal reports, very, very short, I hope. I'll start off by, I attended the drumline Halloween thing down there. It was very interesting. It was kind of ad hoc, but it did the desired thing. So we didn't stay for the entire movie, but we did see the presentation, and it was a good positive thing. So, any other verbal reports? Don't everybody jump up at once.
Just myself, Chair.
Sure, go ahead, Mayor.
I had the opportunity to listen to Dr. Henry's update today, and I know that there's some significant restrictions put into 2 health authorities. I'm just suggesting, and actually would encourage that our next, the remaining meetings for November go back to being fully virtual. Like, there has been a move that we really limit our exposure, and yes, I appreciate that those in chambers right now are wearing masks, but the challenge with the hybrid option here, it's really tough. With the sound quality, it seriously made me very nauseous with the feedback. Like, I'm glad I'm still with you tonight, but it was going to make me, I'm under the weather, but it was really going to make me sick. It was terrible. So it's just, it's a challenge with some technology that I know our staff are continually working on. But just given the cases that are escalating, I would really suggest that we move to a full virtual form for the remainder of November.
Is that a motion, Mayor?
But I'll make that motion.
Okay, so
I'll second it.
We have a motion that we go virtual with our meetings for the month of November, and we have a seconder for that.
Second by Councillor Logan.
Thank you. Is there any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those against say nay. Looks like that's passed as well, so we're going virtual next time. Thank you. Hearing that there's no other reports, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Just pick one. Thanks very much, everybody. It's been a trying evening.
Good night, all.
I'm going to go home and have a drink. So.
Thanks, Councillor Beddows.